Final fights of 2025 find center stage in Salt Lake City from the Masonic Temple. This is Fierce Fighting Championship 44, presented by R&R Barbecue. Happy to have you with us alongside Jason Laporte. I'm Blake O'Rulian. And Jason, an incredible night in front of us, headlined by obviously the man of Utah, Joe Haro.
It's a stacked card. Always excited to see Joe Haro on the card, and obviously he always brings highlights.
How about the amateur titles as well at flyweight and middleweight? Dante Morales, Dietrich Jessup. A guy in Dietrich Jessup who's 2-1 on the year, been really solid, hasn't been able to get over that championship hump.
I'm really excited about that fight. Dietrich Jessup's one of those guys. We saw him, super young kid. He's starting to kind of fill into that frame. He's getting a little bit bigger now. Really excited about that fight, Dante Morales and Dietrich Jessup.
Dante Morales, an unbeaten prospect as well. His first time in an MMA rule set since February. Middleweight, Lane Dalton, up 15 pounds. The current welterweight champion tries to get a second strap this evening alongside Michael Pfeiffer, who's also been heaping.
Yeah, I saw the weigh-ins last night, and I saw the size discrepancy. Pfeiffer's a big guy for 185, but Dalton, he packs a punch.
Should be an incredible night. A dozen debuters as well. We'll give them their shine as they make their walk. For now, we got a piece for you on FFC 44. Live from the Masonic Temple in Salt Lake City.
I love this fight. This is the fight that he's excited to watch.
Joe Haro, top bantamweight in the state.
We are so lucky to be cage-side for this. Spins his way to a big-time blow.
And how tough is this guy?
And that first shot, he was out.
Joe Haro!
What a main event to cap us off for the night, huh?
And I'll be back with Masonic in December.
The Tongan Kong strikes again. Siwatu, welcome home. Such an incredible night in front of us here at Fierce FC 44. Joel Haro alongside Owen Robinette in the main event. We've got just a second before we kickstart things in front of a sellout crowd here in Salt Lake City. Andrew Boquette joins the broadcast booth as well. And fellas, so many big names to choose from. Which one sticks out to you, Andy?
Well, I'd be lying if I said that my boy Ethan wasn't top of my mind, right? I'm going to corner him in the middle of the card. So that's obviously got my full attention. But who doesn't love a good Joel Haro fight?
Love a good Joe Haro fight. And I don't want to be a homer, but that's obviously my pick as well.
The question with Joel Haro is how many wins away is he from a UFC stage? Just a couple of weeks ago on the Damage Plan MMA podcast, he says it's UFC or bust at this point for me.
You know, I saw this question right before we came live on air, and I was kind of thinking about it in my head. And I would think if he gets a big win tonight, he's probably 2 more wins away. He's going to probably need another fight to get another name fight and then possibly a Dana White Contender Series. So I'm going to say 3 fights.
Should be a special night. A dozen debuters kickstart with hoops in the middle.
Here's fans. Utah Athletic Commission with Executive Director Scott Bowler in attendance. Dr. Cabot Murdoch is also cage-side this evening, along with timekeeper Covey King and scorekeeper Tracy Patillo. The judges for the evening are Dan First, Stephen Farragher, and Dennis McMahon, and Nathan Burbank. And the referees in charge when the fights begin will be Tyler Tomlinson and Dave Seljestad. We are moments away from our first fight of the evening, but at this time we ask that you please rise and remove your caps as we honor the country with our singing of the national anthem. Please welcome back your Fierce Fighting Championship amateur lightweight champion, Nicole Funga.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say
Make some noise for the champ, Nicole Funga. Our first fight of the evening is brought to you by Bad Bevs, the official beverage of Fierce Fighting Championship. Please welcome our first two fighters, Gilbert Irankunda and then McCrae Jensen, to the cage. Hey, let's have some fun.
Number one of 12 fighters doing it for the first time tonight is Gilbert Irankunda. Jason, he's been consistent for a year, feels his stand-up is where he has his best shot.
Yeah, I love to see it. I love to see the debut fighters. You know, we're putting it all on the line tonight, all the training. Let's see if it comes to fruition tonight and see if we can get a W.
Said that as soon as he started training, felt like the natural progression was to prepare to compete, and competitors are some of the most important things when it comes to wanting to actually get in there. If you don't have that competitive nature, it won't get you too far in this sport.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's one of those sports where you got to kind of want to kill someone to really want to get in there. And I think it's a big distinction, you have between a martial artist, who's someone who likes to train martial arts, and a fighter, which is someone who wants to go in there and hurt somebody. You got to have that gear to kick in, or you better be really, really good.
Gilbert Irankunda out of Fight City in Salt Lake City says his boxing background will be his best friend in there tonight. Been consistent again for about a year. His teammate Zach Christensen, another debuter, set to compete later tonight.
And his coach over there with a freshly shaved head.
I was going to say freshly shaved head. I'm digging the shorts too, and giving us a little bit of that boxing there too.
Well, from a fan to a fighter, here is McCrae Jensen Andrew. In April of this year, he sat in the upper balcony here at the Masonic Temple, and while watching the show, he said to his brother, "I'm fighting in 2025. Gets in just at the nick of time.
Yeah, sometimes, man, if you've got it in you, I remember back in the day watching UCTC Ultimate Combat Experience, if you guys remember, one of the first shows in Utah, seeing those guys on TV and going, I want to go do that. I have to get in there and go do that. And so these local MMA fights for the regional scene, they're so important because sometimes you have guys like McCrae up in the crowd saying, hey, I want to get some of that.
McCrae Jensen loves metalcore music, told me he plans to use the same moves in the cage as he does in the mosh pit. Told me he didn't darken the door of an MMA gym until a year ago, but excited out of Excite MMA.
So is this mosh pit versus boxing? Is that what we got going on here? We got a boxer versus a mosh pitter. I love it. Two guys that just want to fight.
Says that his coach Carson Hardman has shown him unwavering support in the lead up to tonight. The cardio should be there. And Excite MMA, a very busy gym this evening. First of 4 on the card out of that Bluffdale gym. Again, McCrae Jensen alongside Gilbert Irankunda. First of 13 tail of the tapes tonight. Jensen just turned 30 on Monday. A happy belated to him. He also holds the 3-inch edge in height. All clear on the commission scale as both parties make their debut. Ready to turn the key on FFC 44. We got hoops.
Fierce fans, this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the amateur lightweight division. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner. Making his amateur debut, he stands 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighed in at 154 pounds. Fighting out of Fight City SLC, hailing from Taylorsville, Utah, by way of East Africa, Burundi, Gilbert Muzuka Irankunda. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, also making his amateur debut. He stands 6 feet tall and weighed in at 155 pounds. Fighting out of Excite MMA, hailing from the Holy Land, McCray the Goose Jensen. When the fight begins, the referee in charge, Tyler Tomlinson.
Bout 1, round 1, powered by Bad Bevs, Fierce's official beverage provider, McCray Jensen in the brown, Gilbert Irankunda in the green.
Blake, where's the Holy Land?
Provo?
Jensen sprints out of the floodgates, an immediate chop to the breadbasket for Irankunda.
Good move here by Jensen. Guys being that explosive, that early, take him down, get him on the mat.
Firefight to start things off. First of 13 bouts here at FFC 44. A sellout crowd as well. Blake O'Rulian alongside Jason Laporte and Andrew Boquette.
Lightweights are a good one to start the fight off with.
This is great.
Yeah.
They both look like they're in phenomenal shape. McCray got the takedown. Gilbert did a good job getting up, and now he's searching for a takedown. Nice wizard.
Yeah, going back and forth there. Good knee to the body there.
Quick
Gilbert
on that guillotine attempt for Irankunda. Jensen fights the hands.
It might be hard to finish that. McCray's a little taller. It's a little hard to get around the neck, it looks like, for Gilbert.
If he shoves his head in there, it'll help, though.
Yeah.
Jensen attempts to lift off, unable to do so. More squeezing on the side of the Fight City fighter. He'll let go of it.
He's got that 2-on-1 there. Super effective in grappling, not so much in MMA. Jensen lands a good left hand there. The end of the exchange.
Lunging shot. Finds Irankunda trying to grapple once again.
Being real disciplined with that 2-on-1. It's a little bit of a better position to be fighting it off with there.
How much of an adrenaline dumper these guys feeling right now, Andy?
I was just going to say, if you notice, an immediate lowering in the energy by both fighters right after that first engagement.
Yeah, obviously I've never stepped in the cage. You have, so that's why I ask your opinion on that.
Yeah, it's one of those things, man. I'll tell you what, and we know, right, from Excite MMA, Carson puts those guys in the ring.
Yeah,
you know, and you train, but it's just not the same as when you're in a fight and you have those emotions going, and a guy's really trying to hurt you. And these guys are really trying to hurt each other. Gilbert doing a good job of keeping the taller fighter pinned up here against the cage.
Nice body kicks on the break for Irankunda. Foot on the gas once again.
Those body kicks might be paying dividends for Gilbert.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of applying a lot of pressure here.
And see, McCray is used to this from being in those mosh pits. He's used to these punches coming. Well, maybe not, because he's eaten a couple of them.
See if he goes for that guillotine like he did at the beginning. Only 10 seconds left in the round, though. Probably not advised to burn your arms out.
All action from a couple of lightweights to start off the night.
Yeah, I think we're going to see two exhausted fighters coming out here into the second round.
And McCray's got a cut over his right eye.
This is one of the reasons why, Carson Hardman so hard on his guys, because, a lot of times in amateur fights, this is what happens. Both guys come out firing on all cylinders, and we see over here in McCray Jensen's corner, Carson, it's like mostly just tending to their guys, not a whole lot of technical advice being given out, but so important that you get that conditioning in beforehand, because, man, that anxiety that you have in the cage, there's nothing that can really mimic that. You got to cut in here and experience it.
Doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of anxiety on the side of Gilbert Irankunda. He has been all gas since that bell started.
Yeah, he's taking some deep breaths, but he's attentive to his corner. Doesn't look neither one of them to look too out of breath.
Pretty composed for a debut. I mean, not necessarily on the offensive output, but in terms of just being inside that cage, not a whole lot of nerves to shake.
No,
I mean, they're getting right after it. So I don't think Gilbert's allowing for there to be any nerves. He's kind of just pushing the action the whole time. I think now we may see a little bit more of a composed approach to the fight than we saw at the beginning.
Back to the kicks for the 2. Gilbert closes distance.
Good single leg attempt here. Gilbert's got to switch that to a high underhook. There you go. He sees he does it. And get his forehead under the chin of McCray for a little bit better control here up against the cage. McCray's doing a good job of controlling that outside wrist. Does open himself up to a knee, though. Gilbert wants to hit that right knee to the body. It looks like McCray will escape here.
Another shelving kick for Irankunda.
A little bit wild here. Gilbert's got to be careful exchanging with the longer guy on the outside.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say, if I'm McCray, I might want to keep the distance here, start popping out that jab a little bit. Gilbert doing a great job, very effective with the kick so far. And now the punches.
Jensen 5 inches taller as he looks for another takedown attempt. Irankunda sprawls back towards the cage.
A nice slow sprawl. Body language not looking great for McCray here. Sometimes you go for that takedown when it's, you don't really have much left, and if you don't get it, you're in a bad spot.
Irankunda talks so much about his boxing leading into this one, but right now it could be the submission that closes things up.
Would love to see Gilbert step that right leg over and go for that hook. That's what you were going to say, wasn't it, Jason?
I was going to say both fighters are actually paying attention to listening to their corners. They're both doing exactly what their corners are telling them to do. Just one is being a little more effective than the other one.
Some open windows to target for Irankunda. Now looks for that hook, Andrew.
Yeah, real hard to finish that choke when you don't have hooks in. Being exhausted definitely helps with that endeavor, though. Wouldn't be surprised to see the round end in this position unless Gilbert is able to put enough fire on him to get Tyler to step in.
More ground and pound out of the Fight City fighter.
You know how Tyler is, though.
Tyler,
no free wins.
McCray's going to watch this fight back and see all the little things, and he just did it. Got a good reversal. Nice reversal.
He lands right into side control. Love to see that. Maybe he can step over to the mount. He's got short time left. Unlikely that he can win the round back, but ending on top, good moral victory. Gilbert doing a great job here climbing the cage.
Phenomenal job getting back up, and now Gilbert's back in side control.
Potential Darce choke here. One of Blake O'Rulian's specialties, as I've heard.
Blake likes to use the chokes.
The Darce man is what
he likes the Darce.
They call him the D-man, big D.
Round 3 coming up. Jensen slow to stand. We head over to the corner of Gilbert Irankunda. We also see Jensen.
Man, grueling fight for both of these guys. A lot of action, going hard back and forth. Some reversals on both sides. Both guys getting hit. McCray cut open, but not too bad. Fight's very winnable from both sides, I believe, going into this third. I definitely think Gilbert's up 2-0.
Yeah, I would have to agree, 2-0 for Gilbert.
But I really do think it's anybody's fight. Like, someone can get finished here relatively easy when you're dealing with this level of exhaustion from both sides. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if Gilbert pushes the pace a little bit, he can get the finish here in the third round.
It'll be interesting to see where, however, because on the feet it's been pretty competitive. In the grappling, Gilbert has found the more advantageous spots. We will see in minutes 6 through 9, presented by Bad Bevs, the official beverage provider of Fierce FC. They do such a great job providing drinks for all the fans here in Salt Lake City.
And to be fair, Mosh Pit's not known for their grappling prowess. So,
yeah, when he told me that, I was like, that's an incredible comment. That's going to make the broadcast.
That was a hard body shot.
Beautiful body kick. Oh, he's exhausted, man. That was pure fatigue. Oh, what a good foot sweep there.
He's trying it again, too.
You got to be careful with these leg locks here, man. Sometimes you drill this stuff in practice, it becomes second nature, but so dangerous in an MMA fight and ill-advised because, as we just see, Gilbert goes for a leg lock, inside heel hook, which is illegal anyway, and ends up getting – is he going to end up mounted here?
Is that illegal in amateurs?
No twisting leg locks.
Okay.
Has to be a straight leg lock.
Interesting. Amateurs only, correct?
Amateurs only. That is correct. Yep. Kind of an awkward position here with his leg trapped, almost like a inverted 50-50. I hate when I see that knee like that.
That's
Is that hard for you old
That
guys
is
to look at?
very hard for me to look at.
Iran Kunda tries to weather the storm by bringing Jensen inside.
I want to see Jensen get that leg out of there, man. It's a rough spot to be. If it's not bothering him, I guess it's not bothering him. It's like a reverse knee on belly. I know there's a name for this position, and I'm going to get hassled by jiu-jitsu coaches for this. I don't know it. I'm just an MMA guy, okay?
They are spamming you right now. Jensen he's going to have to land some heavy shots here to either he's going to need a finish, in my opinion.
Not a whole lot of offense garnered from this position as Iran Kunda able to reverse it.
And this could be the beginning of the end here if he's trapped on the bottom.
Impressed with Gilbert able to work his way from the bottom multiple times now in this fight.
I think that's a testament to grit. Not to be disparaging at all. It wasn't the greatest technique that got him to reverse the positions. It was him being unwilling to accept the bottom position, right? And it says a lot about him. It says a lot about his character as a fighter. So a lot of times in these positions, people don't realize if you've never been in there, you've never grappled. It's easy to rest in bad spots, right? And that's when they go from bad to worse, right? I was telling my kids on Thursday night, it's like the frying pan's on fire. Okay, now the whole kitchen's on fire. So you got to get moving. And Gilbert's done a great job of that tonight. Really awkward position. I know Tyler probably wants to stand him up, but it's so weird.
We've seen a lot of weird positions in this cage, and I don't think I've ever seen this one before.
There's definitely some leg lock opportunities here if you went for a scoop grip on that ankle, but, easier said than done.
Bloodied on bottom is Jensen. Just about 20 ticks to go before we see scorecards for the first time this evening.
Now we're in a position where we could get a straight leg lock here. Honestly, from either guy, they could be straight leg locking each other. And let's see how we end. 10 seconds left.
Well, Tyler's not calling this.
I don't think so. Gilbert going to leave it all inside the cage.
So what a debut for both to get 9 minutes of MMA experience inside that cage. The Pete Suazo Utah Athletic Commission will have their way with this one. It seems to have leaned towards Fight City.
Yeah, I would have to agree.
Hard to argue. Yeah, I don't see how you could call it anything other than 3-0 for Gilbert. Good fight for both of them, though. Like Blake said, 9 minutes of time, that's invaluable. You can't do anything to replicate that.
Now they're going to have that footage to go back, especially McRae's going to look back, and there's some opportunities that he had in there that he's going to wish he's going to be able to capitalize on in his next fight.
More than likely, a lot of times you watch back your fights. I know at least I do, even when I win. Which is always, you go back and you watch and you're like, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? It's just list over and over of stupid things, but it's hard when you're in there and someone's trying to take your head off.
Jensen is gassed.
Oh yeah, man.
They don't get down like that in the mosh pits.
Gilbert looking no worse for wear over on his stool. Big smile on his face. I think he knows he just wrapped up a unanimous decision victory. Then we see, Jensen back. Relaxed. Chris Hardman holding him up.
Mohawked Carson Hardman looks good on him. Again, he'll be out here plenty throughout our prelim coverage.
I'll have to tell you off air about my motorcycle ride with Carson Hardman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, went on a motorcycle ride with Carson Hardman.
I want to give Carson Hardman a shout out.
He rides a motorcycle like he fights. Let's just say that.
Okay, so psychopath. Got it. Extremely dangerous and ill-advised. He is probably the most present company excluded, one of the most polarizing figures in Utah MMA.
Oh, he's awesome.
He's a good guy.
He's an awesome guy.
And he's kind of a sweetheart. When you get to know him.
He is the nicest guy.
He's a really nice dude. I like Carson. Shout out to Carson Hardman.
Shout out to Carson Hardman. And he likes to ride his Harley. In fact, no, I should say that. He was riding an Indian that day.
All right, looks like we have got scorecards in hand. To the man in the cream suit, we got hoops.
Fierce fans, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. All 3 judges score this contest 30-27, declaring the winner by unanimous decision, Gilbert Muzuka Iran Kunda.
Huge win for Gilbert Irankunda in his MMA debut. More first-timers coming up.
Jay's Tire Pros proudly serves the Bountiful community, a family-owned local business for nearly 30 years. Still serving Davis County with pride, Jay's Tire Pros has been your neighborhood experts in tires, wheels, auto repair, and brake service for almost 3 decades. At Jay's, customer service always comes first. Our expert team helps you find the perfect tires for your car, truck, or SUV and gets you back on the road fast. We also handle everything under the hood: oil changes, brakes, alignments, shocks, struts, and transmission services, all at competitive prices. Whether you drive foreign or domestic, you can count on Jay's Tire Pros for honest work, reliable service, and the best care in Davis County. Jay's Tire Pros, proudly serving our community for nearly 30 years and keeping Davis County moving safely and smoothly.
We'll see. Bigger and better things, whether it's here at Fierce.
One more to kind of wipe the slate clean in my eyes, and let's make a run for this thing.
Yeah, he's the real deal.
How about a knee this time? Marco Sanchez.
That was pretty impressive.
But Vigil wants it inside one. He will.
Hamilton's swinging out of his boots, man.
Call it a comeback, Marcel Archuleta.
So 7 fights on these prelims. The first one goes to a decision. John, Iowa, Thomas Sullivan, wait in the wings. We'll bring him out right now.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is brought to you by Sweet Inc., an official sponsor of Fierce Fighting Championship. Please welcome our next 2 fighters, John, Iowa, and then Thomas Sullivan, to the cage.
All right, looking to get Dark Horse BJJ on the right foot this evening is John, Iowa. Andrew, one of many who started in the world of wrestling who graduates MMA this evening.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot else to do in Idaho other than wrestling and fishing and fighting, right? So obviously wrestling, American wrestlers transitioning very well into the cage, and got himself into a BJJ gym, which is the right move for wrestling.
Is this kid related to Walter Pelto? He looks just like Walter Pelto. Shout out to Walter, man, if you're watching.
John, Iowa, outside of his training, his only other real pastime is school. A student at Boise State University studying criminal justice, been training for just under a year with Levi Skidmore and Dark Horse BJJ. Also teammates of Jace Cabana and Lane Dalton, who compete later on for the title. Should be an incredible night for their entire gym. Very excited to see the first out of many.
Does he want to be a police officer?
Not exactly sure.
I wonder. If he does, he does a good job here. We'll do John Body Cam off Iowa.
The music choices tonight, I love it.
All right, an opportunity to debut his hands for the Salt Lake fans is Thomas Sullivan. Jason, he wrestled growing up, but wants to keep this one on the feet by any means necessary.
Yeah, you got two kids with wrestling backgrounds debuting. This should be a great fight, and it's probably going to end up being a stand-up fight.
Yeah, Andrew, since he was 14, he knew he wanted to fight. A couple years of Muay Thai, spent 2 years total at the Pitt SLC, as well as his wrestling in high school.
Yeah, you know, it's so crazy now. These kids are starting off in like 11, 12, 13 years old. They're like, I'm going to be in the UFC, like right from the jump. It's becoming like slowly, not quite, right, but like football and baseball players.
Yeah, it really is.
Where little kids are like in elementary school, middle school, and they're like, this is what I want to do. I want to be a fighter. It's wild.
Here's some of the intangibles presented by R&R Barbecue. Marginal difference in age and identical in height. Both hit that welterweight limit as a first fight is here for the two. Ready to dish out the intros, we go to hoops.
Fierce fans, this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the amateur welterweight division. Introducing the first fighter fighting out of the blue corner. Making his amateur debut, he stands 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighed in at 169 pounds. Fighting out of Dark Horse Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, hailing from Eagle, Idaho, John Iowa. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, also making his amateur debut. He also stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, but weighed in at 170 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of the Pit SLC, hailing from Poway, California, Thomas Braun Sullivan. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge, Dave Selyusted.
Top of round one brought to you in part by Sweet Ink, Fine Line Tattoos, and Spanish Fork. Thomas Sullivan in the black, John Iowa fashions white.
I think we're going to see a Muay Thai approach here out of Thomas.
These guys are coming out and throwing some leather.
Yeah. It's kind of nice when two wrestlers fight each other. They can't take each other down.
Quick and composed with a big front kick to the face for John Iowa scored.
That was beautiful. More of a push, but still awesome. Man, great leg kick there.
Impressed with this Iowa kid.
Seriously. Good striking.
He looks very well composed for 20 years old. Is that what he was, Blake? 20?
20 years of age, born June 9th, 2005.
What were you doing in 2005, Jason?
I don't want to talk about it.
I was learning how to read.
I'm not going to age myself any more than I already have. Ooh, nice
high
combination
kick by Sullivan.
Yes, that was a beautiful combination by Sullivan. Iowa says I can do one too.
Iowa loves that back leg kick. Sullivan could wait on it and land a right hand off of it.
Just about a minute into the round, we will get the time up in round number 2, if we can get there.
Yeah, that was a nice slapping head kick there by Sullivan. You know, so a lot of times it looks like those get blocked, but it's in these little gloves, man, it's hard to full-on block a head kick. You kind of got to get out of the way. Good takedown. Real tough hemmed up here against the cage to get any meaningful offense from the bottom going, but gets his knee shield in. He's able to make a little space.
I like the aggressiveness from Iowa.
Right up to the double, though, by Sullivan.
Stayed busy on bottom. Iowa trying to get back down to the mat.
Looked like Thomas was going for a cow catcher there for a minute. Some old school wrestling. Big leather here by Sullivan.
Pretty even so far.
Yeah, man. This is
beautiful uppercut.
Beautiful uppercut. Wow. Great timing there by Iowa.
Iowa's busted up on the nose.
1 minute remains here in round number 1.
Oh, nice 1-2 by Iowa.
With a quick combination.
Are both these guys making their debut?
Yes.
Dude. These look like this should be a main card fight. Bright future for both of these young kids.
I mean, not joking. We've all three of us here have seen lower level pro fights than this. This is
back and forth they go. Now Thomas Sullivan, the aggressor.
Yeah, Iowa's got to get out of here. He needs to clinch and doing just that.
The difference right now, Iowa's landed 1 shot. Sullivan landed 2 and 3 shots.
Yeah, big combinations. Another same throw right back to the mat. Same technique, right? If it's not broke, don't fix it. Lands in side control. Potentially looking for an Americana here. Thought about it, goes to the mount.
Final seconds, round 1. Iowa on top as he begins to bruise.
What a way to finish the round for Iowa. That might have just taken the round for him because that was a super competitive round up until that point.
1,000%. I was just going to say the exact same thing. It looked like he wanted to go for that Americana for a moment. Good ring sense, though. Get on top. There's 8 seconds left. Land some big strikes. He may have stolen it.
And this is a 20-year-old kid doing that in the cage. Great coaching by both fighters.
We talked about him being a wrestler in high school. His striking is crisp, too.
I did not expect to see that striking. And Sullivan had some good moments in there, too. He landed a crisp combination before that. Looked like he had Iowa hurt, and Iowa comes back and lands up and mount and finishes the round on top.
Man, it's hard to say. I'm trying to think in my head who I would give that round to if I was a judge. Iowa ending the round like that is great. But if you look at who was closer to finishing the fight, I think it was Sullivan during the round.
Up until that last moment, it's going to be a tough round to score. Iowa had him down a couple times. He had the takedown earlier.
I think
but
I might.
Sullivan obviously bloodied him up, so the more damage would go to Sullivan. That's going to be a tough round to judge. I'm going to have to pick the judge's brains after this fight.
Got that clock back up. A fresh 3 minutes for these two welterweights to serve up some style inside the center of that R&R barbecue cage.
I think either fighter getting their jab going here is going to do wonders for them.
I'm sure somebody forgot their mouthpiece there.
Sullivan unhappy with the unprofessionalism of Iowa.
Come on. He's in disgust.
Beautiful combination there. Head kick into the two-piece. Sullivan being real heavy on those combinations like you were saying earlier, Jason.
Yeah, Sullivan seems like he's landed the heavier shots. Beautiful.
How good of an entry was that? And great job by Sullivan to stay on his feet.
You can hear Ramsey in Sullivan's corner.
Yeah.
Follows what Ramsey Nijum wants, his head coach over there in the corner for the Pitt SLC.
That guy knows how to wrestle, right?
He knows how to wrestle.
Okay.
Iowa wanted that trip, unable to get it. He'll get it the second time around.
Beautiful.
Man, I was going to say maybe he went to the well one too many times, but no, works again. And I think Sullivan hit his head on the way down there.
And Iowa looked right at his corner, and they wanted him to go to right him out in that position. Smart move.
Sullivan really not doing what he needs to do to get out of this position. Turning over his stomach is not advised, but if he's able to wrestle up to a leg, this position here, this hip riding position, so dangerous in MMA. In jiu-jitsu, guys get away with it. You do not get away with it when there's strikes involved.
And the optics there, Iowa looked like he was landing a lot of shots. Sullivan did a good job of blocking a lot of those shots.
Sullivan with his mouthpiece hanging out of his mouth, typically a sign of exhaustion.
Another beautiful takedown by Iowa. He's going right into side control, looking for mount again.
You know, and I wouldn't even say necessarily a wrestling advantage in Iowa's part. He just seems like he's more, bloodthirsty for the takedown. He's really going after it. As where Sullivan, I do think, has a slight advantage on the feet.
I would agree with that. Sullivan definitely landing the harder shots, but is he tired now? And now he's letting Iowa crank in a. Doesn't look like it's under the chin, but when you're tired,
yeah.
And he's sinking it in a little bit deeper here.
Iowa's starting to tally up the big moments. Can he get a submission? He will. How about a debut win for John Iowa, first out of Eagle, Idaho this evening?
That was an extremely impressive performance, honestly, from both of them. But Iowa gets it done, man.
He gets it done, and that was a great fight for the second fight of the night and two debuters. Phenomenal fight.
I want to watch them both fight again.
Yeah, let's go.
Thomas Sullivan, so many big moments as well, but John Iowa really separates himself early on in round number 2, secures the submission victory, and is now 1-0. I believe we also have the finish ready to go in just a few moments, presented by R&R Barbecue. We'll get it up right now. Couple of dance moves as well for John Iowa. We'll re-rack it, see the actual submission itself, but it was a quick tap, Jason.
Yeah, pretty quick tap. He was under the chin. It didn't look like it at first, but once he secured it and got both hooks in, it was pretty much over after that.
Looked like he thought about tapping earlier, held on for a minute longer, and then you'll see he gets his hooks in here, and then what he does, he starts to extend and bridge, and that's what helps him get the tap. Once you're underneath the chin like that and you start to bridge into it, really, really difficult to recover from that position.
Can't say it enough how impressive by both Thomas Sullivan. Hopefully he will be back. But right now, we've got Jackson to make it official.
Fierce fans, the referee Dave Salius has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes and 13 seconds of the second round, declaring the winner by submission due to rear naked choke, John Iowa.
All smiles out of John Iowa. More FFC after this word from JC Pro Design.
Your brand, on the move, wherever life takes you, seen in the rush of adrenaline, in the freedom of the ride, in the heights of adventure, and the thrill of new perspectives. No limits, no borders, just your brand reaching new heights. Wherever the journey takes you, your business deserves to be seen. JC Pro Design, wherever you go, make it visible.
big win for John Iowa at welterweight. We'll stay in this weight class with Jace Cabana and Lance Lavoie up next.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is brought to you by Bear Claw Orthographics, an official sponsor of Fierce Fighting Championship. Please welcome our next two fighters, Jace Cabana and then Lance Lavoie, to the cage.
It's another great song.
All right, more Eagle, Idaho talent to fill this card. Here is Jace Cabana, Andrew, an athlete growing up between football, wrestling, and rugby. He's a shoo-in for the guys over at Dark Horse.
Another Idaho fighter.
You know, first of all, those guys have awesome jackets. They got the back. They got their they got their gym's name on the back like it's a street sign. I think it looks great. But you know, a lot of times you see these guys that have come up. Dominic Reyes comes to mind, right? His infamous quote before this fight with John Jones. He's fought a lot of people. He hasn't fought a true athlete, and everybody laughed at him. Then he gave John the best fight of his career, I thought, won. Doing other sports, wrestling, football, basketball, that doesn't hurt. It helps, man. Jason can't help but dancing. I want to dance with you in this song.
What is it with the 80s music with the Idaho guys tonight? They are jamming. John Iowa's dancing in there. I'm loving it from the Idaho guys.
Whatever helps you come out and to be relaxed and composed, right?
I like it.
Says that keeping pressure will be pivotal. Lane Dalton likely a good resource in regards to pressure in that Dark Horse room.
Jace's parents are probably dancing in the stand.
All right, another new name out of the active Agema gym. Here is Lance Lavoie. Jason, an abundance of grappling tournaments dating back 2 years. His submission game is strong. Now a chance to display his striking as well.
Yeah, this guy looks like a specimen, man. He's built. He's big. He's a big guy. This looks like a man stepping in the cage tonight.
Yeah, lays concrete for 10 hours a day and then heads straight to the gym. Says he feels good with his striking atop his established grappling.
I truly believe the best base for MMA is a traumatic childhood, but concrete might be number two.
That could be a close second.
Lance Lavoie competed in 6 jiu-jitsu tournaments, never been lower than second on the podium, won 13 of his last 14. He has 27 wins as a blue belt.
Wow.
Very impressive.
It's almost as good as your record as Blue Belt Blake. Blue Belt Blake is what they call him. Triple B.
Lance Lavoie began training in January of 2024. He spent some time with Marco Sanchez over at Rise Boxing this past year and began mixing it all together at Agema in August. It'll be very interesting to see how he's able to put it all together inside of that cage. Also played football and lacrosse growing up at Broswell High School in Aubrey, Texas. Let's look at the numbers for this one. Lavoie the wiser by 4 years as they see eye to eye in this one at 6 feet flat. Both made weight last night with a 2.5-pound division and a first win sitting in the balance. All right, inside to trigger the action is Hooks.
Fierce fans, this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the amateur welterweight division. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner. Making his amateur debut, he stands 6 feet tall and weighed in at 168.5 pounds. Fighting out of Dark Horse, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, hailing from Eagle, Idaho, Jace Cabana. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, also making his amateur debut. He also stands 6 feet tall, but weighed in at 171 pounds. Fighting out of Agema Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, hailing from Dallas, Texas, and Highland, Utah, Lance Lavoie. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge, Tyler Tomlinson.
First 3 minutes of this one brought to you by Bear Claw Orthographics, the official mouthguard provider of Fierce FC. Lance Lavoie in purple, Jace Cabana, counters in white.
You know, I know looks aren't everything. They mean nothing. I beat up enough big guys to know that.
Lavoie looks like a solid welterweight.
He looks like a murderer is what he looks like.
Yeah, he does.
Quick down the pipe for Lance Lavoie. He'll score a knockdown.
Good takedown there, though. Counter right, potentially to mount. Trying to slice through the half guard.
Smooth as can be to get to that spot.
Good underhook to almost back take, but to wrestle up to his knees. Good wrestling there.
Muscles don't win fights, Andy.
Underhooks do.
Underhooks do.
Cabana works his way to a dominant spot. Tyler Tomlinson gives a quick timeout.
Was it a timeout or a tap?
I don't choke. It must have been a choke. It looked like.
I think we got a tap.
There was a tap there. It looked like. Maybe. I didn't quite see it, but I heard Cabana say, "I don't know how you got that." It looked like there was like some kind of choke there. Curious to see.
I don't know. You know, oftentimes.
See if we can get Tyler's
We'll try to get
attention.
it queued up here as well. As tricky as can be, it seems as though Lance Lavoie has moved to 1-0 as a debuter.
You know, when he was on his side, I saw Lavoie really going for a hard squeeze there. We can't see. Oh my goodness! It was on our away side. We couldn't see it.
It was on the arm.
Yes. It was an arm lock with his legs, like a Kimura from side control. But he was on the bottom.
Dolph lock. What did they call it? They called it a something lock.
I don't know. Jeremy Horn just yells shoulder lock, and I'm supposed to know what it means all the time.
Jiu-jitsu guys are going to hate us tonight.
Yeah, they are.
Knowing these moves.
Yeah, they are. That was awesome.
So I'm still
Lance
blue belt.
Lavoie moves to 1-0 again. A quick arm lock submission. If you look over on the right side of your screen,
so he feeds the hand with his far side hand away, had the head locked up so he couldn't pull away, and then hipped away into the move. That was really cool.
Tricky as can be. Let's make it official with hoops.
Fierce fans, referee Tyler Tomlinson has called a stop to this contest at 36 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by submission due to a goth lock. Lance Lavoie!
Well, we knew his jiu-jitsu would be good. We weren't sure it was that impressive, but it most certainly is for Lance Lavoie. We'll be back in 60 seconds for FFC.
Salt Lake City, I hope you're ready. We're about ready to put on the biggest, yes, I said the biggest professional wrestling show in the history of Utah professional wrestling, baby. Saturday, December 13th, live from the Masonic Temple here in downtown Salt Lake. And if you're gonna put on a big show, you gotta get some big players, baby. Let me introduce you to this man right here, the official sponsor of Devotion Championship Wrestling, Ryan from Kush Cube.
How are we doing, guys? You know Kush Cube. We're born and raised right here in Utah. Anything big that's ever happened in our city, we jump on board. This will be the biggest, the best wrestling ever to come to Salt Lake City, Utah. Front row is already sold out. Second row is going fast. Jump on, grab your tickets now before you miss out. Let's go!
Go, baby. You know, we talk about big players. We got my good brothers, the best friends, the machine gun Carl Anderson, the big LG Doc Gallows, the innovator of violence, the hardcore legend, the maniac himself, Tommy Dreamer in the main event. You don't want to miss this. Get your tickets now, baby. Bite the sour, get the power. Ah!
You never know. I might even jump in the ring and take someone out.
So 36 seconds for Lance Lavoie to secure his first ever victory. We were talking about it in the break. How impressive is that out of a blue belt?
I've never seen that before. I just saw Andy looking it up on Instagram. That's pretty slick.
Yeah, I found an instructional on it. I'm going to be practicing it.
I'm going to try to catch Blake on that next time he comes to open mat.
Let's not blue belt Blake. Good luck. He's a purple belt.
He's a purple belt. Yeah.
Or you're brown belt.
I'm a purple belt. But we can start talking about my jiu-jitsu
okay.
at some point on this
But
podcast.
a lot more happened in that fight than just a submission, because he came out and landed some big shots too.
He did land some big shots. Cabana actually had a good takedown, and it looked like he was inside control. Looked like he might take the back or get on top in the full mount, and he got submitted.
A night full of debuters. Travis Keene is next alongside Jake Gary at his first fight in 2.5 years.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is brought to you by Vive Radiology, an official sponsor of Fierce Fighting Championship. Please welcome our next two fighters, Travis Keene and then Jake Garriott, to the cage.
First of two from Team Link tonight is Travis Keene. Jason, he began training at around 11 years old with light sparring. Over the time, he has added to his arsenal with jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai. Now his first chance at puzzle piecing it all together.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier on the broadcast. It seems like these kids are getting started earlier and earlier in life. Another kid that started 11 years old, started training and started fighting. Another debuter. What are we going to see?
Andrew, his 6 jiu-jitsu competition victories have all come along with his years in the gym, 4 by submission. His head coach, Fabio Sahau, has been a huge aid in his journey thus far.
He doesn't he look super, how old is he? Super young.
19 years old, born in 2006.
You said 11, I'm like, okay, so what is that, 6 years ago?
Yeah,
like, he looks,
pretty close.
He looks so young, right? But yeah, good guy to be training with over there at Team Link. We'll see them again later on tonight. Opposite myself. So I hope they win this one because they're not winning the next one.
Yeah, so far these debuters have been giving us some fights tonight. Very entertaining fights tonight.
Dude, the level of MMA is insane. It's literally so ridiculous.
You even go back just a year ago and just seen the level of the guys that are coming into the sport. It's amazing.
I think the biggest difference that you see is guys like Travis that are coming in that have been training since they're 11. At the top level, guys obviously have gotten better. You don't see it as much. It's at this lower regional level when guys are making their debuts that it's like, no, they know how to do everything. They can strike, they can kick, they can punch, they can grapple, they can do jiu-jitsu, they can wrestle. They have all the abilities, and I'm sure Travis has it all as well.
Well, it was a barn burner the last time he competed. En route to the cage once again is Jake Garriott. Andrew, his first fight since 2022. 18 years old then, a more mature 21 now for the sophomore slate.
He's got some good delts, doesn't he, Jason?
He's got some delts. This guy looks ripped.
Man, good crowd reaction. Oh, my goodness. He's phenomenal.
The pit brought a crowd tonight.
Seriously, dude. Good crowd reaction from him when you walked out. Don't you love that when a guy's walking out, hasn't fought in a while, big support from his friends and family?
It's got to feel pretty good. I wouldn't know walking in the cage, but I'm someone like you that has all your students coming watching you fight. It's got to feel pretty good as a fighter to walk in there to all your fans cheering for you.
Dude, it's the best. And on the other side, it's the worst because you got a lot of pressure on yourself.
Yeah.
All your friends and family are here to watch you compete. It's why being the B-side sometimes and traveling out to fights is kind of an advantage.
Yeah.
Right?
To the tail of the tape we go. Couple of years younger is Keene. He is 1 inch taller in there tonight. No issues with weight for these two at 150 as Garriott has the slight lean in experience. Back in to set the stage is Hoops.
Fierce fans, this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds and is an amateur 150-pound catchweight bout. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner. Making his amateur debut, he stands 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighed in at 147 pounds. Fighting out of Team Link Utah Training Center. Hailing from Layton, Utah, Travis Keene. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an undefeated record of 1 win and 0 losses. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighed in at 149 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of the Pit SLC, hailing from Salt Lake City, Utah, Jake Garriott. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge, Dave Selyustek.
Fourth fight of the night, presented by Vive Radiology. Clear results, convenient access, your health in your hands. Jake Garriott rocks the black. Travis Keene fitted in blue.
Dude, Jake Garriott looks like he could have been a never back down.
Quick to start in his return to MMA for Jake Garriott.
He is all over Keene, man. Keene's got to wake up and start moving here. He's going to get overwhelmed with this pressure.
He's got to get off the fence here. He's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, this is, man, so much forward pressure here, and he's landing. These are hard shots. And, man, why stop? If the guy's not giving you a reason, why stop?
Brutal blows already draws blood of Travis Keene for Jake Garriott. Now rips to the body.
Keene's got to get this fight to the mat. He's got to engage some type of clinch here. Being on the outside like this and getting beat up, it's just a matter of time until he goes out.
Yeah, he's got to land something and get the respect of Jake Garriott.
Another one up top for Jake Garriott.
I think we're going to see this fight stop, yeah.
That'll call it a debut. Unsuccessful Jake Garriott, 2-0, rampant in his return to MMA.
Listen, I'm very critical of referees when they do a bad job on stopping fights. That was one of, if not the best stoppage I've ever seen in a regional MMA fight. That kid was about to go out.
Yeah, Dave did a phenomenal job on that. Good call. Like he wasn't amounting any kind of offense. Very, very good call by Dave. He's been doing this a long time. He's a professional.
I was about to say you could potentially stop the fight. As I opened my mouth, Dave stepped in to do it.
It's just a skill disparity there. You can see it. Size.
More than anything, because I'm sure Jake is very good, right? He wouldn't be here with Team Link if he wasn't.
Yeah.
I think maybe the nerves just got to him a little bit because he was kind of shelled up, didn't do much.
And how is it having to hear your opponent's crowd cheering for him, and he's just sitting over there waiting, and he's got that big pop from Garriott's crowd. Maybe like you said, maybe the nerves got to him a little bit.
So Jake Garriott, he's been away. He served an LDS mission shortly after his first fight against Josiah Quinlan in August of 2022. Since he's been back, he said that he's vastly improved his boxing and wrestling. He showed that over the course of the last 2 minutes or so. He looks like a real problem.
Was the kid just lifting weights his whole LDS mission or what, man? That kid's jacked. The big kid.
He is. He looks great. Good V-taper there, huh, Jason?
Yeah, he's bodybuilding. He might have a future.
All right, inside and wrangled to 2-0 for Jake Garriott.
Fierce fans, referee Dave Selyeset has called a stop to this contest at 53 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by TKO, Jake Garriott!
A massive return to the sport for Jake Garriott. Cannot wait to see him more in 2026. More debuts on deck after this.
Come on, check this out. Check this out.
Hey Fierce fans, Kibble Davis here with Prime Labs. We are now the official lab testing partner for all of Fierce Fighting Championships fighters. We provide a combat trio for all fighters across the Wasatch Front, as well as if you want to get in the best shape, like one of your favorite fighters, we provide many comprehensive blood panels. All you have to do is click on the link or text 385-645-7400.
Whether you're a fighter or just someone that wants to take charge of their own care and looking to address a lack of sleep, fat gain, or even muscle growth, Prime Labs has different panels for all financial situations. So please shoot us a text at 385-645-7400, scan the QR code, or please go to the website and come check us out.
Scan the QR code on your screen for access to Fierce FC's digital program. Get the inside scoop on every fighter making the walk, as well as additional information on future shows. So I apologize. I thought it was a couple of minutes. 56 seconds for Jake Garriott to get the job done.
Yeah, and he was all gas in that one, just landed shots after shot. And once again, shout out to Dave Selyeset for calling that fight, because that was the right call.
Also, just of note, Andrew Boquette has exited the broadcast booth. He will be in the corner of Ethan Ojukwu alongside Byron Sneed in the prelim headliner. For now, we go over to lightweight in Zach Christensen and Riker Church.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is brought to you by JC Pro Design, the official printing partner of Fierce Fighting Championship. Please welcome our next two fighters, Zach Christensen and then Riker Church, to the cage.
All right, piecing it all together for the amateur debut is Zach Christensen. Jason, 2 years under the helm of Eric Wallin in Fight City sets him up for this amateur debut.
Yeah, not a bad person to be training under in Eric Wallin. And, man, have these debuters been putting on a show tonight. I sound like a broken record, Blake, but, man, they are putting on a show for us tonight.
Told me he knew that he wanted to take a fight when he learned that wrestling was fake. You believe that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Soccer player, might lend to a strong gas tank for him. Also did archery growing up, is Zach Christensen. Primary forms of attack come from his Muay Thai and Jiu-Jitsu skill sets. And again, training for about 2 years at this point. Interested to see how he looks. But Fight City, always one of those gyms that produces solid debuters coming up out of Utah.
Yeah, they always bring it. And it seems like you're starting to see with these debuters, they're coming in with 2 years, 5 years under their belt before they're even stepping inside the cage. Kind of gone are the days where you can just say, hey, I want to go fight this weekend at a local MMA fight. Those days are over. If they do, you're just getting rolled through.
Zach Christensen inside the cage. He'll await Riker Church. All right, another first-timer in Riker Church for this one. Jason, he spent all of high school wrestling, and when he got to Excite MMA 18 months ago, the fire was refueled to compete.
Yeah, that's the base you need to have to step in that cage. It's a good place to start in that wrestling room. Looks like he's already got a shiner under his left eye in training.
Probably fight comes from the competitive nature. He's always loved competing. Qualified for state at Riverton High School. Been over at Excite MMA for a year and a half. Believes that his gas tank is in a good spot coming into this debut. That usually checks out from the guys out of that gym.
Yeah, they do. They always bring it. Carson Harbin always has his guys ready, and if they're anything like their coach, he's going to bring it tonight.
Says that MMA has brought him a similar fire that wrestling did back in the day. Also works a lot on cars in his free time. Riker Church to make his debut out of Excite MMA. Also said he's aware of the submission pedigree of Zach Christensen, so has certainly done his homework as well. All right, 2 lightweights for this one. Early 20s for Christensen, late teens for Church, who gives up 4 inches in height at 5'7". Passed by the commission, both sub 50, 155, as a few more first-timers commence their careers. Mike is hot. Inside, we got hopes.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is a 3-round fight in an amateur lightweight division. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner. Making his amateur debut, he stands 5 feet 11 inches tall and weighing at 152 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Fight City, SLC. Hailing from Salt Lake City, Utah, by way of Panama, Zach Panama 10 Christensen. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, also making his amateur debut. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighing in at 154 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Excite MMA, hailing from Riverton, Utah, Riker Church. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge, Tyler Tomlinson.
JC Pro Design brings you this bout, the official printing partner of Fierce FC. Riker Church in the red gloves, Zach Christensen on the other side in blue gloves. Quick to get out to the middle. Christensen immediately steps forward as Church will capitalize.
Oh, and that's a tight. That might be tight. Oh, and he's locking it up.
Again, Church mentioned he was aware of the submission levels of Zach Christensen.
Oh, Church has got his neck, or I'm sorry, Christensen's got his neck right now. I don't know if he should have went for that. That's going to be a tight choke there.
Tough spot to be. Just about 35 seconds into round number 1. Riker Church stays steady, however. Zach Christensen in a prime spot to do some damage in the submission department.
It's probably a smart move to abandon that, not to tire the arms, and he's going to climb for the back now. Slick submission attempts from Christensen so far. He is all over Church.
Utilizing that 5'11" frame, again 4 inches taller than his opposition in there this evening.
He's got to watch his neck there.
Already targeted a handful of submissions. Now on bottom is Christensen.
Slick jiu-jitsu by Christensen, trying to play that rubber guard there.
How about that massive dump at the beginning as well by Church?
And Church landed right on his head there. Now he's on top landing some heavy shots. Christensen does not want to be there. Or maybe he does.
Christensen calm and composed on bottom.
He's doing the right things, fighting that outside leg, staying centered. Look how flexible Christensen is with this rubber guard.
Creative as can be. About 60 ticks to go before we see stools. Little go-go plot action.
I am impressed with his submission attempts, man. He's just throwing up submissions.
And got to be frustrating for a guy like Church who took it to this part of the mat.
Oh, yeah. And he's right now, a bad spot right now for Church. And now he circles out of it. Great composure. He's got to get that arm free.
Not a great spot. Christensen sits up.
Oh, it's a bad spot for Church right now.
Can he get it inside round one? Church able to mitigate for just a moment.
And now he's in a triangle. Now Christensen submits into a triangle.
10 ticks to go round one. A wrestler versus jiu-jitsu round.
That was very competitive first round. These are debuters, folks. Debuters again. I mean, the composure of Christensen, having a guy like Church on top of you, raining down shots.
Over in his corner, doesn't seem to be too gassed out. Spent a lot of time on bottom, but was very active.
And that's going to win him the round. I mean, that's what the judges are looking for, is are you trying to finish the fight? Church didn't really have any attempts. He was fighting out of the submission. Christensen, although he's on the bottom, he was throwing up submission attempt after submission attempt after submission attempt and almost had it finished a couple times.
Over on the other side, Riker Church, you got to wonder, where do we take this fight given that there is so much of a submission game on the other side of that cage?
Yeah, he's got to be careful. He's got to protect his neck on the takedowns, which I feel like he did a pretty good job, but I don't know if he expected that those submission attempts, they were coming from everywhere. I couldn't even keep up with him.
Some smiles on the side of Excite MMA. Riker Church ready to get another round inside of that cage. Again, debuters for the two. Riker Church out of Excite MMA in Bluffdale, Utah. Zach Christensen from SLC in Fight City. Tyler Tomlinson will also handle a title bout later on this evening. Lane Dalton and Michael Pfeiffer at 185 pounds. For now, we get a knee up the breadbasket in favor of Christensen.
Oh, nice head kick from Christensen. I think he's got Church guessing right now. Church doesn't know what he's got. Nice 1, 2, 3. Wow.
Unbelievable composure by Zach Christensen, now in another grappling spot.
I mean, this Christensen kid is just something else. Inverted triangle.
Such a deep bag of tricks on the side of the Fight City combatant. Church tries to get his posture up. Christensen looks for that triangle.
Eventually these submission attempts, and he's right back in that triangle. Right back where we finished up the first round. He might change that into an armbar. Church doing the right things. I can't tell if he's trying to isolate that arm and turn that into an armbar because it doesn't look like the choke's quite there.
Also doesn't seem to be bothering Church too much.
No, but he's got to be aware of that arm. And there it is right there.
Quick step up for Church. Smart move by him.
I'm impressed with this Christensen kid, Blake.
Any angle, it seems like he has an answer right now, Jason.
Yeah, Church right now, he's got to get that arm free. He can't leave that arm hanging there in the middle. Church is looking over at his corner like, what are we doing here?
Just about a minute remaining, round one. Zach Christensen, so dominant on the feet at the beginning of the round. It moves to the bottom, and he still just continues to pile on attacks from any angle. Riker Church trying to find an opening.
Yeah, Church has got to try to get to some type of side control and get that arm out of the middle there, because right now he's leaving that arm in and it keeps getting caught.
More action from the bottom. Another triangle attempt for Christensen.
He's playing with fire there. Maybe the size of Church right now not allowing Christensen to quite tighten up that choke right now. Right there it is.
Got the tap. Zach Christensen, what a debut for him. He'll move to 1-0.
Very impressive debut, Blake. That kid's dangerous.
A gifted grappler, to say the least. Zach Christensen, 2 rounds of a sample size, and man, I cannot wait to see him again.
He just negated the wrestling. He negated the power of Church. He didn't let Church land any big shots, and he just threatened with submission attempts all night long.
Finally gets that triangle that he was attempting throughout the entirety of round number 2, as well as the end of round number 1. Zach Christensen, a name to remember at 155 pounds.
Church will go back and look at this. He'll see the mistakes. He'll see what he needs to capitalize on. Just played with fire a little bit too long there, Blake. Let's watch that. Was it an arm lock? Did he finish it with an arm lock? Couldn't quite tell there.
Not sure if it'll play in time. Jackson Hoops is staged. We'll bring it back over to the center and give it to him.
Fierce fans, referee Tyler Thomason has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes and 49 seconds of the second round, declaring the winner by submission due to a triangle choke. Zach Panama 10 Christensen.
Huge win for Zach Christensen in the second round. Speedy strikers are next. Eric Lazo and Zarek Moshe.
Blow the roof off the Mountain America Center and make some noise!
Discombobulating power! One of the most violent finishes we've seen in a long time.
Welcome back to MMA, Javier Beltran.
Such talent on this show, too.
Live from the Mountain America Center in Idaho Falls.
They literally had to pull Ammon off of him.
Wow!
Here at Rocky Mountain Power, we're dedicated to delivering the safe, reliable power you count on. We're proud of our industry-leading reliability, but we're always pushing to do better. That's why we're out working every day to ensure that everything is operating smoothly and ready for all seasons, from winter weather to summer heat and everything in between. It's all part of honoring our commitment to you and delivering the power you need. See how we make it happen at rockymountainpower.net/reliability.
Scan the QR code on your screen for access to Fierce FC's digital program. Get the inside scoop on every fighter making the walk, as well as additional information on future shows. So Zach Christensen, unbelievably impressive in his debut. Same can be said about Jake Garriott, Lance Lavoie, John Iowa, Gilbert Irankunda. Now Eric Lazo and Zarek Moshe share the stage.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is brought to you by ESPN 792.1 FM, Utah's #1 sports talk and official sponsor of Fierce Fighting Championship. Please welcome our next 2 fighters, Eric Lazo and then Zarek Moshe, to the cage.
Well, we saw him strike in September as a kickboxer. Now a new stage for Eric Lazo. Jason, our guy Andrew Boquette coined it insane in regard to his output as he put his opposition away in just over a minute.
Yeah, it was all gas, no breaks. Didn't get much of a sample size because we only got about a minute of it, but I'm excited to see his MMA debut tonight.
Consistently in the confines of one-hit MMA, on and off for nearly 3.5 years at this point. It's been in his head to make this MMA debut since he started going day in and day out. And again, 2 knockdowns, 64 seconds when we saw him kickboxing. Cannot wait to see him in small.
Yeah, he looked very impressive, calm, cool, and collected, and he trains at one of the top gyms in the state. Looking for and look, I got Teak Vigil in his corner, one of my favorite Fierce FC fighters of all time. Teak Vigil.
He will be back out here for Dietrich Jessup for the amateur flyweight title. Again, Teak Vigil coming away with a victory in November. Threw his first combo in Eric Lazo in the first 2 seconds of his kickboxing debut. No blink at the sound of the bell. All right, appearances in the first and last shows of 2025 for Zarek Moshed. Jason, he was lightning fast and offensively sound for the short window he had in the debut on just 8 days' notice. Now a full camp catered to this date.
Yeah, didn't come away with the win, but he looked impressive. He fights out of a phenomenal gym when it comes to striking. The Wasatch Combat people, they are smooth on their feet. They can strike, they can kick, they can punch. Really excited to see him do some work tonight, too, and see if he can come away with a victory.
Yeah, Moshed moved over to Wasatch Combat Sports 1 month after the Nico Braswell fight. He said it has made all the difference in his conditioning, his ability to strike, but also his jiu-jitsu went 1-1 in a competition just a few months ago. Or I apologize, 2-1. A win by submission and a win by points as well. All right, over to 140 for this one. Moshed's got 3 years on Lazo, who was taller by 3 inches and lighter last night by a pound. The winner gets their first MMA victory. To cue the combat is Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds and is an amateur 140-pound catchweight bout. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner. Making his amateur debut, he stands 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighed in at 139 pounds. Fighting out of One Hit MMA, hailing from Kaysville, Utah, Eric Lazo! And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 0 wins and 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighed in at 140 pounds. Fighting out of Wasatch Combat Sports, hailing from Provo, Utah, by way of Europe, Zarek Moshed. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge, Dave Selyustek.
140 for these two, made possible by ESPN 700, 92.1, Utah's #1 sport talk station, and home to University of Utah Athletics. Zarek Moshed in the black, Eric Lazo geared in purple.
Lazo stalking Moshed.
Fast to start things out for both. Sniping leg kick lands, and up top for Moshed. Down to the bottom, but immediately back on his bike is Eric Lazo as Moshed throws a knee up the middle.
Nice knee up the middle by Moshed.
Zarek Moshed grew up training all sorts of different martial arts, specifically striking disciplines. Making his way over to Wasatch Combat Sports is where he's gotten the grappling going a whole lot more.
Moshed grabbed the cage there. That's why you saw the break. It's a heavy leg kick by Moshed.
Lazo aimed for the fences right there. Chime to the body as well. Moshed throwing everything into those kicks right now, Jason.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed with Lazo staying composed. He's not letting the strength and the power of Moshed get to him. He looks like he's trying to get the timing down of Moshed. He hasn't really thrown anything too effective as of yet.
Much more calm and composed than we saw him in September.
Yeah, and he's looking for a counter shot, and that body shot hurt.
Lazo, 1 of 2 with a finish here at the Masonic Temple in September at our kickboxing event. Some nice kicks to the body for him score.
Nice leg kicks. Oh, nice.
Big time low blow lands for Lazo. Moshed will head over to his corner. You heard that one, chime.
I did hear that one. Lazo's kicks are lightning fast.
And both of them with so much juice on them as well. It's hard to completely target exactly where they're going to be landing, especially when they're both so speedy.
Yeah, and Moshed being the shorter fighter, Lazo the taller fighter, it's going to happen, unfortunately.
Eric Lazo also wrestled a bit in junior high, might be able to bring that back out this evening.
Lazo getting a talking to from Dave Selyustek. cage control from Lazo right now. Beautiful work.
Bellowing kick lands for Moshed. Now some grappling by the once striker.
Moshed just exploded.
Didn't have that in January when he faced Nico Braswell. Certainly in his bag now.
You know, right now Lazo not doing too much as of yet. It's Moshed kind of controlling the pace right now.
Such similar fighters in their style as well as the way in which they move, Jason.
Yeah, Moshed just took a deep breath there. Cracking, thudding shots
for Zarek Moshed to close out the round. The two talk a little bit as they head over to their stools. Eric Lazo has a little bit of work cut out for him.
Yeah, he does. I think he just needs to let his hands go. He started to let his kicks go a little bit. I don't know if maybe the low blow affected him in throwing what he was throwing, but just not letting his hands go. And Moshed kind of pushing the pace, letting his hands go, letting his kicks go. And you know, I got to give a slight edge to Moshed in that first round.
How impressive has he been thus far? Connie Correa over in his corner, his new coach.
Yeah, he looks really aggressive. It was good to see him join a solid gym and get in there and get some solid training because it's showing tonight.
As for Eric Lazo, Aldo Aregia, another busy man. He has 4 fighters competing this evening as well. He's got a smile on his face headed into the second frame.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if he, like I said, if he lets those hands go in this second round. He's going to need to if he wants to win this fight.
Top of round 2, presented by ESPN 792.1. Dave Selyustad, the referee for this one. He also will handle the main and co-main event. Main event in Joel Haro and Owen Robinette, as well as Kudratala Babacar Hill and Mauro Gutierrez.
Lazo doing the same thing he did in the first round. He's stalking Moshed, but he's not doing anything with it. I'd like to see him start throwing some shots.
Debut for Lazo, 0-1 for Moshed. You would never guess it by this eye test, the feints and the way in which they're landing right now, Jason.
Yeah, they're both calm, cool, and collected in there tonight. But it's Moshed that is the one kind of pushing the pace when it comes to the striking. He's the one engaging. Nice up kick from Moshed. There it is.
Over the top is Eric Lazo. He gets a little bit of wind in his sail.
He's going to need a little bit more of that. Nice thudding body kick. I think those body kicks are paying dividends, Blake.
To the midsection as well for Lazo. Much better second round for him.
Ooh.
High kick hits the glove. Lazo shakes it off, says it didn't land.
In the judge's eyes, that landed.
Moshed closes distance. Lazo punishes him for it.
I feel like if Lazo just steps on the gas here, he could get a finish here.
Exactly what he's doing. Nice combination lands for the one-hit fighter. A few more as well.
Crisp striking, and that's what we saw earlier this year with that striking. Beautiful.
Uppercut lands in the phone booth for Eric Lazo.
I mean, the kid's got nasty hands. Just got to let him go.
When this fight was made, I spoke directly to Zach Partridge and said that is a perfect matchup on paper. It's showing to be true right now with just about 35 seconds remaining in round number 2.
Oh, nice overhand by Lazo. Oh, and then Moshed comes back.
Big buckling crack by both. Moshed aims up high.
And now Moshed coming through.
Now a headhunt for Lazo.
I'm on the edge of my seat here. I feel like either one of these fighters can land the big shot here.
Round 3 coming up. You got to wonder what this final frame is going to look like for these two at 140 pounds.
You know, I said it earlier in the round that Lazo wasn't doing enough, and he starts landing that overhand. I got to say those are probably the more effective shots, but then Moset had moments where he was landing shots.
It seemed like the final minute, Zarek really started to pile it on, but for the first 2 minutes and a lot of that final minute, Eric Lazo was really the guy leading the dance.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. You're probably 1-1 going into that third round, and by the looks of it, Lazo looks like he's in control. When he lets his hands go, he's in control of this fight. He's landing the harder, crisper shots. And you know, as I say that, Mo said when he comes forward and throws shots, he lands. So I could go both ways with this. It could go either way.
Handful of exchanges again in that final minute of the round in which it looked like either of them could have put the guy away.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out here in the next 3 minutes or less.
Fascinating matchup, living up to all the hype in which it had on social media. Zarek Moshed out of Wasatch Combat Sports, the other side of the cage, finds Eric Lazo in his MMA debut.
I would have liked to have been in the corner to hear what each corner was telling each of these fighters, because neither one of them could think they're necessarily running away with this fight.
Closest fight of the night thus far. Still have plenty to come on our main card, as well as Byron Sneed and Ethan Ojukwu in a matter of minutes.
Oh, buckle up for that one.
Oh, perfectly timed for Lazo to aim upstairs. Zarek Moshed now closes distance.
I think Moset thought it was a knee, but I think he just ran right into that leg.
Moshed looks for a trip. Now we'll try to get under the hips. Connie Correa over in the corner for Moshed, saying how important it is to keep that pressure on. Lazo able to break it.
Looks like Moset's got a little blood coming from his nose. Great takedown defense by Lazo.
Nice knee up the middle. Moshed once again tries to get this thing to the mat. Lazo shoots back up.
I mean, optics-wise, I feel like Lazo's winning the fight, but Moset is right. It's such a close fight. Like, it's such a close fight. Lazo looks like he's in control, and every time I say that, Moset's right back in it.
Moshed wants more wrestling. Not the prettiest way to get there, but Lazo right back to the feet.
Yeah, Moset's gas right now. If Lazo could put on the gas, he might get a finish here.
Clean clock on the chin. A couple more for Eric Lazo.
The crowd on their feet.
Lazo still has so much pop on his shots. Moshed retreats.
Lazo's got a beautiful overhand, and he's landing heavy shots.
Can he get another one? The kickboxing debut concluded with a KO.
He's come close to that knee to the head a couple times now.
30 seconds before we go to scorecards.
Moset is a warrior, man. This guy is just giving it, laying it all on the line in the cage. How is he still standing?
Lazo still dominant. Dave Selya says that's enough. A KO machine. Eric Lazo, welcome to MMA.
What a debut from Eric Lazo. I mean, that kid stayed calm and cool, collected the whole fight. He stayed seemed like he was in control.
So much harder than the kickboxing debut, which was only 64 seconds. Eric Lazo just showed the type of fighter that he is, and he can go into deep waters, and that he most certainly did. MMA debut successful for the one-hit fighter.
Great takedown defense. Every time Moset tried to take him down, he had good takedown defense. Calculated strikes. He didn't waste any strikes. They were all calculated pinpoint strikes.
such smart output. We got the finish right here, powered by R&R Barbecue.
Yeah, just picking his shots, not overly. Not just going crazy. He was picking his shots beautifully. Beautiful MMA debut.
Drowning pressure by Eric Lazo. That's a win in September in kickboxing, a win in MMA in December. A great way to conclude 25. We'll crown him his win right now.
Fierce fans, referee Dave Selyaset has called us up to this contest at 2 minutes and 43 seconds of the third round, declaring the winner by TKO, Eric Lazo!
Well, if you like that, you'll like this one. Some heavy hitters waiting in the wings. Byron Sneed, Ethan Ojukwu are yours next.
Jay's Tire Pros proudly serves the Bountiful community, a family-owned local business for nearly 30 years. Still serving Davis County with pride, Jay's Tire Pros has been your neighborhood experts in tires, wheels, auto repair, and brake service for almost 3 decades. At Jay's, customer service always comes first. Our expert team helps you find the perfect tires for your car, truck, or SUV and gets you back on the road fast. We also handle everything under the hood: oil changes, brakes, alignments, shocks, struts, and transmission services, all at competitive prices. Whether you drive foreign or domestic, you can count on Jay's Tire Pros for honest work, reliable service, and the best care in Davis County. Jay's Tire Pros, proudly serving our community for nearly 30 years and keeping Davis County moving safely and smoothly.
We'll see bigger and better things, whether it's here at Fierce.
One more to kind of wipe the slate clean in my eyes, and let's make a run for this thing.
Yeah, he's the real deal.
How about a knee this time? Marco Sanchez.
That was pretty impressive.
But Vigil wants it inside one. He will.
Hamilton's swinging out of his boots, man.
Call it a comeback, Marcel Archuleta.
Scan the QR code on your screen for access to Fierce FC's digital program. Get the inside scoop on every fighter making the walk tonight, as well as additional information on future shows. So between the ESPN radio hit, the Damage Plan MMA podcast, all that people have been talking about in terms of these debuters are the next two to make the walk. Ethan Ojukwu, Byron Sneed. There is a reason they are headlining the prelims. Let's bring them out with hopes.
Fierce fans, our final fight of the preliminary card is brought to you by Underground Farm, the official wellness supplements of Fierce Fighting Championship. Please welcome our next two fighters, Byron Sneed and then Ethan Ojukwu, to the cage.
Well, it is an impressive resume before fight one for Byron Sneed. Jason, a collegiate and arena football player as well as a record-setting weightlifter. Two big bodies about to go blow for blow.
Yeah, this guy is a specimen, man. I was talking to Eric Iman before the fights earlier tonight, and he said this guy is just a wrecking ball in the room, in the training room. And just look at this guy's physique, man. Yeah, buckle up for this one, folks.
Knew that he wanted to fight since the day he met Sean Strickland in a grocery store in Vegas 3 years ago. They shared some choice words, which actually led him to training. Sean noted his size and asked if he trained. His daughter is also a huge motivator for him. She has cerebral palsy, and he says that he fights for her and his entire family.
I love it. I love it. I love fighters that fight for a cause. I am really excited about this debut tonight. Got a text from Eric Iman that said, we better get his name right. It's Byron, not Brian. And I will be sure to not mess that up.
Says that MMA has filled a deep void from him after leaving 15 years of football years ago. Played at the University of South Alabama and an arena football player for 3 seasons before joining the military.
And we've seen that football background translate into wins inside of this cage, a la Ben Moore. I mean, this guy's a specimen. was a big toss-up. That's you got. Damn.
Well, within the elite performance circles, there is so much intrigue on the debut of Ethan Ojukwu. Jason, a collegiate athlete who made the move to the mats 1 year ago and already gives fits to the best names in there.
I mean, this fight should be headlining a card. We got 2 debuters. I mean, look at the size of both of these guys. Are both athletes. They're specimens. We got Eric Iman in one corner. We got Andy Boquette in the other corner. I wish we could have those guys mic'd up.
The battle of the broadcasters.
The battle of
right?
the broadcasters. I want those guys mic'd up and hear what the trash talk between those guys. But let's get back to the fighters. Both guys say these guys are just animals in the training room. Boquette said this guy is all over. He's giving him fits. He's giving Mike Jones fits. I mean, this is a matchup.
Ethan Ojukwu watched the Amanda Serrano versus Katie Taylor fight before Jake Paul and Mike Tyson last year and was inspired by Serrano's heart to keep moving forward. He signed up at Jeremy's the next day.
And that was a great fight, by the way.
Heavy hitters for the prelim headliners. Sneed's got a dozen years longer on his life. 6'5" for both sides of the cage and an 18.5-pound divide on the plate as we will see who's Utah's hottest new heavyweight. Over to Jackson to push start on this one.
Fierce fans, this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the amateur heavyweight division. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, making his amateur debut. He stands 6 feet 5 inches tall and weighed in at 257 pounds. Fighting out of Team Link Utah Training Center, hailing from Eglin Air Force Base and Mobile, Alabama. Byron De Bomba Sneed. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, also making his amateur debut. He also stands 6 feet 5 inches tall, but weighed in at 238.5 pounds. Fighting out of Jeremy Horn's Elite Performance MMA, hailing from Utah by way of Tampa, Florida, Ethan Ojukwu. When the fight begins, the referee in charge, Tyler Tomlinson.
So much anticipation for this heavyweight scrap, supported by Underground Farm, the official wellness supplement of Fierce FC. Ethan Ojukwu dons the black. Byron Sneed responds in red. Never thought I'd see Tyler Tomlinson look that small.
He looks tiny in the cage compared to these two. Both 6'5". We got youth versus experience in there. Life experience, not cage experience.
Ojukwu also a collegiate basketball player. Quick leg kick lands for Sneed.
Sneed says, I'm going to karate chop that thigh there.
Speed sides with Ojukwu earlier. Like a ticking time bomb, Jason.
I'm on the edge. My palms are sweating right now. I'm just.
Lightning fast kicks by Sneed early on. Ojukwu lands one as well.
Ojukwu trying to end the night quick. Loving the composure right now by both debut fighters.
Calm and composed, but certainly the power is respected on both sides of that cage right now.
Yeah. I think Ojoku's starting to get a little confidence, and he's going to have to gain some respect here.
A little bit of talk between the two heavyweights. Head hunts over the top. Byron Sneed closes distance. About a minute 10 to go, round one.
Nice knee to the body by Ojoku, and he twists Sneed around. Nice knee to the body again by Ojoku. Now those are going to pay dividends if this fight goes longer. He's landed that punch to the thigh about 3 times in this first round.
Bruising hammer fist by Byron Sneed. Outside trip attempt for Ojukwu to no avail.
And they were right in Ojoku's corner. You can hear Boquette calling out the instructions to Ojoku. Now he's got a tight body lock looking for a takedown.
Double underhooks for the Jeremy Horn Elite Performance fighter. He'll land a suplex. Right back up to his feet is Byron Sneed. A little bit of respect.
I like the respect
between the two. As the Masonic Temple absolutely erupts in favor of Ethan Ojukwu. Well, what a matchup we've got here. Byron Sneed, some big moments. Ethan Ojukwu lands the biggest of round number 1 with that suplex.
Yeah, Ethan, big suplex there. Starting to gain his confidence a little bit with the striking. Byron's going to need to start landing some shots of his own to kind of gain the respect of the younger fighter.
No Jeremy Horn in the corner for Ojukwu tonight. He's up in Montana to corner Mike Jones in a bare knuckle boxing match. Andrew Boquette and David Maggio are there at the controls for him. And Jason, I will just say this in regards to Ethan Ojukwu. I've heard from Andrew, I have also heard from Mike Jones, and I have also heard from ESPN 700's Sean O'Connell how impressive this guy is. How impressive Ethan is in the room, the abilities athletically that he has. He's unbelievable in there. He showed it through the first 3 minutes.
Yeah, and when you got guys like that vouching for you, Sean O'Connell, Andrew Boquette, Mike Jones, and you got guys like that vouching for you, I mean, and it's showing right now. I feel like he won that first round. And listen, this is a young man's sport, and Sneed's not a spring chicken anymore.
35 years of age for him, 23 for Ethan Ojukwu. Top of round 2 we go. Now some heavy letter thrown between these two heavyweights.
I would have loved to hear the corner work on both of these. The power in Sneed's shots. Hard inside leg kick. That looked like it hurt.
Inside on the takedown is now Byron Sneed.
Shout out to the cage crew, making sure this cage is tied down tight tonight for the big fellas. Great underhook by Ojukwu. Ethan doing all the right things.
495 and a half pounds inside that cage right now as Sneed lands one up the middle. Solid work by Ojukwu to keep this thing upright. About 90 seconds to go, round 2.
Can the gas tank of Sneed keep up with the younger Ethan Ojukwu? This is a lot of energy for a big man the size of Sneed carrying around all that muscle, and that muscle takes oxygen.
Massive hook lands for Ojukwu just moments ago.
The power of Sneed.
Ojukwu thuds one down the pipe. Sneed doesn't seem to be phased by it. He'll land a combination.
He landed a nice check hook on the break there. Little eye poke there. He got a warning at the end of that first round already from Tyler. Yeah, he's had his fingers out a couple times.
Byron Sneed. Not a whole lot of argument off of his end.
If you would have asked me at the beginning of this fight if we would have been seeing 40 seconds left in the second round, I would have said no.
Quick warning, it looks like we might have the eye poke here.
And Tyler telling him, hey, this is a close fight. You got to keep those hands. He doesn't want to have to take a point in such a close fight there.
The fingers did look to be a little bit extended there off of that second strike that Sneed threw.
Shout out to our refs here in Utah. We have some of the best refs in here, taking the time to explain to him, hey man, I don't want to take a point from you in a close fight that can go either way, and let that be the deciding factor.
All right, we got a green light from Ethan Ojukwu. About 35 seconds remain round 2. Spinning back fist.
Oh, Sneed.
So fast off of Sneed.
He's been watching Joel Haro. Joku putting on the pressure now.
Unable to land, but a scramble finds Ojukwu on top. My apologies. A couple of hooks in as well.
Might be a little high if I'm Sneed. I'm trying to shake him off there. Short time.
To round 3 we go. A couple of heavyweights to headline the prelims. Still feels like this thing could be shut off at any moment.
Any minute. One punch can end this night. I like what Ethan's doing. He's staying a little bit close. He seems to be kind of pushing the fight as of right now. Sneed had some moments. Maybe needs to be a little more active if he wants to steal around and maybe try to steal this fight in this third round.
Where would you say we're at right now? 2-0 Ojukwu?
I would say 2-0 Ojukwu right now, but it's close. Sneed's not doing necessarily anything wrong. He's just not doing enough, in my opinion. I think he needs to be a little more active, throw some more shots. And how does it affect him getting, when you're a debut fighter, I haven't stepped in the cage, but how does it affect you when you get a talking to from the ref? Does that change things? Does that, throw you off your game plan? Are you worried about that? I'm assuming all these things are going through this guy's head right now.
What a fight thus far at heavyweight. My other thought, Jason, is I am just hoping that we see a whole lot more of them in 2026. But the other question is, who are they going to fight?
I don't know.
Size discrepancy is there for a lot of the amateurs. There's nothing like these two guys.
We don't have big, heavy, athletic heavyweights like this. And it looks like Sneed's corner said, just go out there and start banging with this kid.
Straight into the grappling. Ojukwu gets to a tough spot and now lays a little bit of leather.
I like Ojukwu getting behind the elbows there, doing the right, pushing the head down. He doesn't want Sneed on top of him.
Sneed came out.
You could see Ojukwu looking over at his corner, getting advice, and he did exactly what they told him to. Now he's right on the back of Sneed.
More grappling out of the Sandy fighter. Ojukwu looks to lift off once again. Sneed grounds himself.
Ojukwu just the athleticism, the youth right now showing for Ojukwu. This isn't a knock on Sneed. He's a big, powerful man. Only 35 years old, but this is a young man's sport.
23 years of age for Ethan Ojukwu, born December 16th, 2001. He'll be 24 next Tuesday.
You hear the corner of Ojukwu calling for a trip.
Smart game plan by Ojukwu to be the better grappler in there right now. Solid here in round number 3, but now Sneed backs up the younger fighter.
And he's got his fingers out. He's got the fingers out again. He might get a point taken away here. it didn't look like he connected.
When did it happen is the question.
He had his fingers out as they were breaking up. He kept the fingers out. It didn't look like it was bad, but they were out, and they definitely scraped by it. I don't think it was like knuckle deep. He took a point. Tyler took a point, and that's the right thing to do. As he's closing the distance, he's got the fingers out, and he knew he made a mistake. Sneed's going to have to go for broke this last minute. That's pretty much going to wrap up the fight for Ojukwu if he can stay on his feet.
Heavy up top is Sneed. Ojukwu bites back.
Ooh, nice knee from Sneed.
Ojukwu has not been fazed by the power posed by his opposition in there. His grappling has been so good, and with 20 ticks, he will likely come away with his debut victory. Cleanly connects that one up top.
That was a nice jab. Oh, it's a nice uppercut and connected. This fight might be over.
Down is Ojukwu off the Byron Sneed snipe.
Oh, Blake. Oh, that fight was almost over with.
So close to finishing that one up in the final seconds. Byron Sneed had hit an absolute bullseye. Ethan Ojukwu went down, but it just might not be enough, specifically because of that point deduction.
Point deduction. That he's still a little rocked in the corner. They could be a little bit tired too, but that was right on the button. That dropped him. I'd love to see a replay of that if we got it.
Too little, too late, potentially. We'll have to see where the scorecards lay, but Byron Sneed really came alive in that third round, specifically those final seconds in which Ojukwu did go down, but when they closed distance, it almost braced the fall a little bit.
Yeah, that fight could have ended.
That right uppercut that landed, and we really did have a perfect POV on the other side. Ojukwu's face was right towards the broadcast booth.
Yeah, it was. Wow. That was a tense fight. I did not have this fight going the distance on my cards tonight.
Byron Sneed, very interested to see what he does next. If he can be a little bit more disciplined when standing up, specifically with his finger placement,
yeah,
he could really be a problem for just about anybody.
He could definitely be a problem, and a little more activity too. A little more output from him, I think, could have made a difference. But then, trying to pace yourself, you're a big guy trying to pace yourself. These guys are debut fighters at the end of the day.
Ethan Ojukwu got smiles on his side of the cage. Again, we have heard of how supremely athletic he is, as well as Sneed. Nothing but kind words out of Eric Iman as well as Andrew Boquette in regards to their respective fighters. We'll see where the scorecards end up. That all being said, Ethan Ojukwu, a debut for him, looks nice.
Very impressive heavyweight in Ethan Ojukwu.
Andrew Boquette over in his corner. Again, no Jeremy Horn this evening. He's up in Montana. Boquette will rejoin the broadcast for our main card coverage. Xavier Jimenez and Norby Ortiz are yours after a quick break. But before that, we do need to get the final scorecards in. Jackson Hoops still wrangling those. And Joel Haro, Owen Robinette, the final two fighters to make the walk in 2025, should be good.
I'm really excited. I'm always excited when Joel Haro fights. And he's dialed in tonight.
Looked so good in August. Owen Robinette, extremely impressive in his own right. A 100% submission rate as a professional, 92 when you add in his 8 amateur wins as well. Should be interesting at the top of the card.
No slouch. Short notice fight too, correct?
A few
couple
weeks notice,
yeah. Couple weeks notice.
Not only him, but the amateur middleweight and flyweight titles. Dietrich Jessup, Dante Morales, Lane Dalton, Michael Pfeiffer. We talked so much about those cannot wait to see those four make the walk.
This is a really good main card. I mean, the undercard has been phenomenal.
And so many 12 debuters make the walk this evening, and truly, nobody really looked like it was their first rodeo.
They did not. I mean, half the time, 5 years ago, you're falling asleep watching these debuters fight. Not anymore. I mean, any one of those debuters could be on a main card on the next fight card.
Well, with this delay, you got to wonder what those scorecards look like. Might be a split, might be something else. We also do have that point deduction. Tyler Tomlinson brings them over to the R&R Barbecue logo. Jackson Hoops is in to deliver the decision.
Fierce fans, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. Judge Dan first scores this contest, 28-28. Nathan Burbank scores this contest, 29-27, and Dennis McMahon scores this contest, 29-27, declaring the winner by majority decision, Ethan Uchaba Ojukwu.
Strong debut by Ethan Ojukwu. 6 still to go with a backflip to go with it after this break with the Damage Plan MMA podcast. 6 scraps before Fierce closes up shop for the year. This is FFC 44, presented by R&R Barbecue. Norby Ortiz and Xavier Jimenez meet at welterweight to kickstart main card action.
Fierce fans, welcome to the main card. Everyone tuning into the pay-per-view and the sold-out crowd here in Salt Lake City, Utah, put your hands together and make some noise! Our first fight of the main card is brought to you by Prime Labs, the official lab partner of Fierce Fighting Championship. Please welcome our next 2 fighters, Norby Ortiz and then Xavier Jimenez to the cage.
I got layers to me. I got plans, I got goals, I got tricks in my sleeve. I got cars, I got deals, I got people to meet. I got drive, I got soul, I got everything. I got scars, I got heart, I got family to feed. I got people mad, I ain't.
Sliding one in before the end of the year is Norby Ortiz. Jason, he is a whirlwind of offense from the start as he looks to go back-to-back in the win column tonight. Got a couple of technical difficulties here.
I'm back. I think I'm back. Can you hear me? I'm back. Norby Ortiz, I'm back, everybody. Norby Ortiz, one-hit MMA. I love this kid, man. All gas, no brakes. This kid's going to bring it. Excited to see him get the main card started tonight.
Yeah, and Andrew, the heaviest he's ever been tonight at 170. Previous bouts have been at lightweight and featherweight. It'll be interesting to see how he carries the weight.
Yeah, especially a guy whose game is so predicated on heavy offense, right? Now you got some extra weight on you, you're carrying a few extra pounds. Are you going to be able to carry that to the later rounds? It is only an amateur fight, so 3 3-minute rounds, but still, people would be amazed at what an extra 5 or 10 pounds would do to you.
All right, first fight of the decade for Xavier Jimenez. Jason, a lot of that due to taking his first loss hard in 2018, but his passion for the sport has brought him back into the gym and subsequently the cage.
Yeah, I'm glad to see he's back in here, not quitting on it. Got back in there. He's in a great gym tonight. Excited to see what he brings.
Yeah, up a couple of weight classes. Previously fought at featherweight. He was 210 in July when he got back into the room at Excite MMA. Has shedded a whole lot to get to tonight. Told me he does miss the feeling of being lighter. Might see him down another rung in 2026.
Yeah, you know, I lost my first MMA fight, and it took me about 4 years to get back on the horse. You're just so devastated when you work so hard for something and it doesn't go the way that you want it to go. You build something up in your head. More so, you build up who you are in your head, and then you lose a fight, and you're like, oh, I'm kind of have to readjust who I think I am on that totem pole, right? We all experience that in jiu-jitsu all the time. But for a fighter, it's a little bit different. So, you know, for Jimenez to get back in here, it shows a lot of inner strength, right? To be able to come back in and say, okay, reevaluate, reassess, and then attack that goal once again. So
Told me
good for
that
him.
every time the UFC is on, he would tell his wife how much he missed those fight nerves. He gets them back once again as he enters the cage for the first time since 2018. Long time coming for both. Here's your tale of the tape. Ortiz is 28-27 for Jimenez, who has the leg up in height. Both got the welterweight nod by the commission with identical records going toe-to-toe. Inside to get it off the ground is Hoops.
Fierce fans, this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the amateur welterweight division. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an amateur record of 1 win and 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighed in at 167 pounds. Fighting out of One Hit MMA, hailing from Roy, Utah, Norby Ortiz. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 1 win and 1 loss. He stands 6 feet tall and weighed in at 169 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Excite MMA, hailing from American Fork, Utah, Xavier Warrior Jimenez. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge, Dave Selyeset.
Welterweight Clash delivered to you in collaboration with Prime Labs, the official lab partner of Fierce FC. Xavier Jimenez in the black, Norby Ortiz counters in white.
Did I say Jimenez like the whitest person to ever say that word? I think I did. I said Jimenez. Forgive me.
Straight into the action as he always is. Down is Jimenez! Norby Ortiz absolutely detonates in his return to MMA!
Well, goes for a single leg on Dave. He went for a single leg on Dave. I don't know if I'd try that. Dave's a black belt.
Dude, so much for the few extra pounds getting in the way, huh?
What a freight train.
Man, and he is on fire. Look at him. Hype.
One of the fastest finishes you will ever see. Hard to keep up, but Norby Ortiz capitalizes on his Masonic Temple debut.
And here we are. Inside leg kick, deep. Boom, overhand right, catches him right behind the ear. Little bit close on an illegal knee there. We'd have to go back and see that again, perhaps. I would love to see that again.
Norby Ortiz puts on a show in short order, and that is 2 in a row for him. 2-1, the official record. We will have to see what he does in 2026. Can't wait to get the official timestamp on that, too. That was quick.
Sure. And what a tragic return for Xavier. After taking all that time off and then getting beat in such a, very exciting fashion for his opponent, but for him, very unceremonious into his return to MMA.
We'll go ahead and get his hand raised. To Jackson Hoops we go.
Fierce fans, referee Dave Selyeset has called a stop to this contest at 10 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by TKO, Norby Ortiz.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here with the winner, Norby. Norby, that was quick work tonight, man. Were you expecting the fight to go that way?
Yes and no. I was prepared for anything. I knew I just had to stay focused, stay calm, do what I was trained by Aldo, Jordan, so many great people. One Hit, Gustavo, Cole, Ammon, really great fighters. I'm able to stay focused, be the best as I can, and I did what I had to do. And I saw the opportunities, like when I hit him and he fell down, I kept going. I know how to pressure, I know when to step back, so I felt really good today.
So now the next question is, when are we going to see you back in the cage again?
So I will be back in February doing a Muay Thai amateur, so I'll be able to throw elbows and knees, and then after that, I plan on going pro next year.
I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winner, Norby Ortiz.
Salt Lake City, I hope you're ready. We're about ready to put on the biggest, yes, I said the biggest professional wrestling show in the history of Utah professional wrestling, baby. Saturday, December 13th, live from the Masonic Temple here in downtown Salt Lake. And if you're gonna put on a big show, you gotta get some big players, baby. Let me introduce you to this man right here, the official sponsor of Devotion Championship Wrestling, Ryan from Kush Cube.
How are we doing, guys? You know Kush Cube. We're born and raised right here in Utah. Anything big that's ever happened in our city, we jump on board. This will be the biggest, the best wrestling ever to come to Salt Lake City, Utah. Front row is already sold out. Second row is going fast. Jump on, grab your tickets now before you miss out. Let's go!
Go, baby. You know, we talk about big players. We got my good brothers, the best friends, the machine gun Carl Anderson, the big LG Doc Gallows, the innovator of violence, the hardcore legend, the maniac himself, Tommy Dreamer in the main event. You don't want to miss this. Get your tickets now, baby. Fight the sour. Get the power. Ah!
You never know. I might even jump in the ring and take someone out.
So Norby Ortiz in short order gets his second straight. We'll see him in a couple of months, and then it is on to the pro ranks for him. Samuel Medell, Spencer Hansen are next at 170.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is brought to you by Rockwell Watches, the official watch and sunglasses of Fierce Fighting Championship. Please welcome our next two fighters, Samuel Medell and then Spencer Hansen to the cage.
Back in a big spot for Samuel Medell. Jason, he's been around the game for 5 years, but his first time at Fierce and an 18-month layoff precedes tonight's walk.
Yeah, this is a kid. I've been following his amateur career since he started. As somebody that I've watched on another local show here. Excited to see him inside the Fierce cage tonight.
Yeah, Andrew stepped away from fighting due to a schedule conflict in 2023, but over time began to miss it and returned in August of this year. That bug to compete has started up again, leading to Spencer Hansen tonight.
Man, I don't know if you can train at Cache Valley without competing. Those guys are dogs up there. You know, you've got one of them, like, everyone in their gym is doing something. They're competing in kickboxing, Muay Thai, they do wrestling tournaments, they do jiu-jitsu tournaments, everything. So we know he's at a good camp. We know he's got a phenomenal coach in Kofi over there. So expecting big things out of Cache Valley every time we see him.
And Jason, so impressive. Only losses are to the toughest names around. Cole Faust, Kamuela Mamone, hard stop.
Yeah, not a too bad losses to have on your resume when you're losing to those two guys. Yeah, this kid's got all the talent in the world, and like Andy said, he's very well-rounded.
You know, in MMA, it's really important. One of the things that our sport does very well is we don't count guys out just because they lose a fight to a tough opponent, right? I remember I was listening to Chael Sonnen talk one time about Chris Weidman. He goes, you know, Luke Rockhold, he moves up. He fights Jan Blachowicz. Turns out that guy's pretty damn good. You know, like Cole, Ricky Mamone, and Mamone brothers, like, come on, man. Those guys are studs. As far as I'm concerned, he's 5-0. 5-0 with 2 lessons, as they say.
All right, right back into action for Excite MMA's Spencer Hansen. Jason, he met his match alongside Lane Dalton on short notice 2 months ago. Wants one more before 2025 concludes.
Yeah, he didn't even get a chance to get started in that last fight, and I know he's going to bounce back. Solid wrestling. He's at a great camp. He'll put it all together. It's going to be a tough fight.
Yeah, Andrew, he's had a tendency to gain a lot of weight, which lends to big weight cuts in between fights. Wants to try to stay around 185 moving forward and potentially even move down to lightweight in 2026.
So I've actually developed a bit of a relationship with Spencer. He fought my best friend, like really more my brother, best man at my wedding, everything, Arjan Jerome, on one of the cards. And him and I, as I do, I was jawing back and forth a little bit with him. At weigh-ins, I told him, hey, you better get that takedown. And then when he beat my buddy, he looked at me and said, I got that takedown. So I had to eat it a little bit.
All right.
You know, if you're going to give it, you got to take it. But, man, this kid's awesome. He told me in the back when I was talking to him, he fights, so doesn't necessarily love it, but if he doesn't fight, he gets really fat. So he's in here getting after it. You got to love it.
Big thank you to R&R Barbecue for sponsoring this Tale of the Tape. Spencer Hansen just turned 29 in October. Medell, the taller man inside that cage, all identical at 169 pounds with a 2-2 versus 5-2 matchup.
Fierce fans, this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the amateur welterweight division. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an amateur record of 5 wins and 2 losses. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighed in at 169 pounds. Fighting out of Cache Valley Martial Arts, hailing from Logan, Utah, Samuel Medell. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 2 wins and 2 losses. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighed in at 169.5 pounds. Fighting out of Excite MMA, hailing from Lehi, Utah, Spencer Hansen. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge, Tyler Tomlinson.
9th fight of the evening, fueled by Rockwell, designers of the official Champions Watch of Fierce FC. Spencer Hansen has red gloves, Samuel Medell on the other side in blue gloves. Tyler Tomlinson, one more assignment this evening at 185 pounds. The title fight between Lane Dalton as well as Michael Pfeiffer. Quick clash between the two to start things off.
I was going to say, I think the goal here for Spence is going to be able to close the distance and get him to the mat.
A great takedown defense so far by Medell. Well, until now.
You had to say it.
I had to say it. Had to say it.
Always an extremely accurate wrestler is Spencer Hansen.
He's got a real smothering style of wrestling and jiu-jitsu that he likes to implement in these fights.
Excelled specifically as a Greco-Roman wrestler growing up.
And some good shots and then close the distance again. Good underhook on his right side.
Jason, so much more aggression out of the Excite MMA fighter compared to October.
Yeah, he just didn't get a chance back in October, and now you're seeing him. He's the kid's a freight train.
Doing a really good job of working that leg up. And again, returns to the mat. Really good control here out of Spencer, man. He's got that seatbelt in.
Immediately gets to his spot. Plenty of time to work early on round 1. Spencer Hansen, all of his wins have come in the first or second round.
Medell is doing a good job of getting his frame in. This is not advised, though, turning away like this. I know it can feel good because it feels like you're getting away, but out of the frying pan into the fire, as they say. And another good mat return there by Spencer, man.
Just all over Sam Medell right now.
This is his style of fight.
Just freight train.
100%. This is what he wants to do. Like, this is all Spencer all day. He's going to do this for 3 rounds.
I will note Samuel Medell's first time at welterweight. He was a resident lightweight prior to his time away from competition.
He might be feeling the difference right now, too, because Spencer is all over him, and he seems to be having a really hard time getting up.
Heavy pressure.
And this is just miserable. If you've never experienced a wrestler that's doing this kind of thing, it looks like he might have a good bite on this choke here. Hooks her in. Might be the beginning of the end.
Hansen tries to squeeze Tyler Tomlinson right down there, trying to see.
That's under the neck.
If a tap commences.
Oh, and Spencer lets it go. It looked like it was under the neck. I think he let out.
Sam did a good job of fighting out of that.
Yeah, he did. Real tough, too.
Right in Medell's corner, too, so he's probably getting good coaching there.
Great point. Yeah, it's a really great point.
But now it looks like he's under the chin again and flattened out. Not a good spot to be.
No, it's not. This is such a miserable spot to be. Credit to him. He's hanging tough and being in there. He's not giving up. It's real easy to give up in this position. You know, one of the worst kept secrets in MMA is a lot of those rear naked chokes you see are guys just not wanting to be in fights anymore. Flattens him out again, and we're playing ping pong with his head here on the canvas. Dude, Tyler is such a good referee, man. We are so lucky to have these guys. So many referees would have stopped that.
I mean, Sam's fight so far, fighting out of everything. It's just he's just being overwhelmed right now.
And that's my point, right? He's doing a great job. The fight shouldn't be stopped. You know, so really, really good job there. Really tough round. Really tough round for Medell, but every round starts on their feet.
10-9 Spencer Hansen. Again, all of his wins are by finish. We'll see if he can do so in the second frame. Samuel Medell, a tough way to come back after a long layoff.
Yeah, that's not a fun fight to have. And you see Spencer over here in the corner. Want to see his level of fatigue. Doesn't look like he's breathing hard, man.
Sam actually doesn't look too bad in his corner as well. I'm trying to get a good look on him. Body language doesn't look bad at all.
No.
For being pretty much dominated. Could be a 10-8 round.
Spencer mentioned he's been working on the small mistakes that got him that round 1 submission loss in October. Seamless through the first 3 minutes.
No, he looked phenomenal. He imposed his will the entire time, did everything that he wanted to do, right? Shot in on the leg. You see opposite corner, Kofi's trying to cool his guy off here. Get some air to him.
I love that little towel shake.
It just looks good when Kofi does it.
It does, yeah. You should try that in your next fight when you're cornering.
Do the towel?
Yeah, get the towel out, man.
Great job by Andrew Boquette cornering Ethan Ojukwu in the prelim headliner, coming away with that decision victory.
You say his last name better than I do?
Thank you, my friend. It's part of the job. In the description when I took this one years ago.
Right in on the hips again, man. And I love that. Little short right hook right into the hips again. And drags Medell otherwise back down to the mat.
Sorry to interrupt. This is so frustrating.
And already some action from the bottom on Samuel Medell's side, but Spencer Hansen has one gear right now.
But to his credit, Medell just did something he was not able to do at all in the first round, which is get to his close guard. So it'd be interesting to see if he's able to mount some type of offense here or do something to get up. He's got a good knee shield in. He's doing jiu-jitsu guy things.
Has 30 jiu-jitsu competition wins over the years. 14 by submission is Samuel Medell.
I think that was just a chin hair away from being pretty ugly there, Jason.
He put all of his weight down on that.
Yeah. He's doing a pretty good job of stopping too many of these big shots. But this is the problem, right? When you start passing the legs here into side control, man, and this is just so exhausting. It's so tiring holding down a guy. And you could see there a little bit of the size and strength advantage, right? Medell tried to push Spencer off, and he just barreled right back down into him.
And the pressure, you can see Hansen just driving the hips in.
And look how high his chest is up on Medell's his chest. Even if he were to, there's no way to even dig an underhook there, right? He's in a rough spot, arms all the way up by his head, just squeezing him. And that's the hard part, right? A lot of times with wrestling, it's just making people miserable until they turn over. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's got the arms trapped up by his head, and he's just squeezing it. Spencer Hansen is having a heyday right now.
This is all Spencer Hansen right now.
His 2 losses as Spencer Hansen have only been to tough names. Calvin Taylor, Lane Dalton. On the other side, Samuel Medell, once upon a time an amateur champion over at Mountain Force MMA in June of 2023.
Big punches coming in here from Spencer.
Medell also with more wins than any of Hansen's previous opponents combined, but right now tries to get a third-stitch effort on the submission. He'll get it. The bounce back is clear. Spencer Hansen is a problem.
Man, that was as dominant as it gets.
That was a pretty, yeah.
Over a good opponent.
A solid opponent. I mean, Sam Medell's 5-2.
7 fights.
And he just walked right through him like it was nothing.
I'm not going to lie, man. I like Spencer a lot. And look, when someone beats someone that you care about or yourself, you want them to win because their winning makes your guy look better or yourself look better with the loss, right? And so I'm a little bit biased. But when I saw the discrepancy, 4 fights to 7 fights, I'm like, it's kind of a big difference.
Not only that, but Samuel Medell also has a couple of kickboxing bouts, his 9th, actually.
There you go.
Combine everything else.
But
Spencer Hansen just looks unreal after bouncing back again.
He looked great. And to be fair, if we're going to bring up the kickboxing matches, maybe we should include probably 200 wrestling matches that Spencer most likely has. Something to consider as well, right?
Certainly a good point. Excite MMA gets a victory, and that man, Spencer Hansen, he has been such a consistently strong prospect out of that Bluffdale gym, and he's about to get back in the win column. Contested for a title just a few months ago. He's now the man getting his hand raised.
Fierce fans, referee Tyler Tomlinson has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes and 15 seconds of the second round, declaring the winner by submission due to a rear naked choke, Spencer Hansen.
do this. Ladies and gentlemen, here with your winner, Spencer. Spencer, dominant performance tonight from start to finish. Was that how you expected this fight to go?
No, I have zero expectations when I come in here. Gotta fight hard. He's really good. So that's my game plan, but I didn't expect anything.
Well, you bounce back, you get back in the win column. What's next for you next year in 2026?
Oh man, every year is different. I got my wife and 3 girls, so I gotta figure out family first, always. But it was easier. I fought 2 months ago. It's a lot easier to get back in here quickly. Less time to get fat.
Well, once again, phenomenal performance. Congratulations again. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winner, Spencer Hansen.
Your brand, on the move, wherever life takes you. Seen in the rush of adrenaline, in the freedom of the ride, in the heights of adventure, and the thrill of new perspectives. No limits, no borders, just your brand reaching new heights. Wherever the journey takes you, your business deserves to be seen. JC Pro Design. Wherever you go, make it visible.
Three and 2 goes to Spencer Hansen. 2 titles tonight. Flyweights are up first as Dante Morales eyes a defense not to be outdone by a constant force of the flyweight division in Dietrich Jessup. What a matchup we've got. A couple of flyweight finishers. Dietrich Jessup, Dante Morales. Both are all gas, no break type fighters.
One of the top prospects in Utah right now. Dante Morales is going to show out.
Dietrich Jessup ground and pounds his way. An unbelievable finish.
Declaring the winner by split decision and new flyweight champion.
This is going to be a fun one.
Fans, our first title fight of the evening is brought to you by Accelerated Athletics, the official gear supplier of Fierce Fighting Championship. Please welcome our first 2 title fighters, the challenger, Dietrich Jessup, and then the champion, Dante Morales, to the cage.
They talking down on my name. Don't let them run off with the name. Man, I just run with the game. ASAP boys came with the flame. Gang, gang. They talking down on the game. They wanna rap with the name, but this ain't no regular name. Gang, gang. They tryna run with the name. I might pull up with 3K, but I do not put no claim. Gang, gang. Them boys not flexing the same. I'm done with adjusting the fame. Pull up on your set, leave it stain. Gang, gang. I tell them come with the gang. I tell them come with the gang. It's time to flip the whole game. Come with the mob. Shout out to the lords and the guys.
Double-digit amateur walks for Dietrich Jessup. Andrew, he's up for his 3rd title opportunity. Hasn't gotten the job done in the big one yet, but always knocking on the door.
Yeah, man, well, you know, they say 3rd time's the charm, right? So here we go. We'll see if he's able to finally get it done. He's got a good crowd in front of him. We got some pyro popping off. He's got Aldo on his back. He's got a good opponent. He's got a good dance partner.
Yeah, Jason stepped in on short notice to replace Dante in August for a title in St. George. Looks so good scoring a knockdown and keeping the fight on the feet. He scrambles so effectively to keep it in his realm.
Yeah, these fighters basically mirror each other the way they fight. They're all over the place. They got great scrambles. Dietrich Jessup, as I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, you can see he's starting to fill out. He's getting that man strength in him. Teak Vigil in his corner. He kind of fights like his coach. He's all gas.
Yeah, and Andrew, impressively, 100% finish rate at flyweight. You don't see that every day.
No, you don't. It's one of the reasons why people mistakenly think that division is not as fun to watch. We all know, the initiated, it's just as fun to watch. But it is a rarity to see someone that has a 100% finish rate down there.
2-1 in 2025 for Dietrich Jessup. Those 2 wins coming in the first frame alongside Daniel Martinez and then Brendan Myers in July. Can he do it again, this time in the biggest test of his career? Well, in a talent-stacked amateur flyweight division, one man has stayed atop the mountain in 2025. Enter Dante Morales. Jason, his first title defense tonight, and someone who seems like he can make some real noise in the coming years out of Agema.
One of the top prospects in Utah right now is Dante Morales. Very well-rounded, great submissions, great striking. This is going to be a fun matchup.
Yeah, Andrew wanted to defend his title in the summer, but suffered a knee injury. Says he's now better than before.
Yeah, man, it can be really frustrating, right? You get the title, you want to get out there, defend it, and then you immediately get hurt. But it's unfortunately one of the realities of training as hard as these guys do. You know, if he's over at Agema with Dane and those guys, Court's putting him through hell, Marco's putting him through hell. But, you know, sometimes it can be the best thing for a young fighter. Take your foot off the gas a little bit, reevaluate, come back stronger than ever. And he's going to need that if he's going to win this fight tonight.
First MMA fight since February. It marks his longest time away from the cage since he made his debut in February of 2024. 4-0 in MMA, 1-0 in kickboxing. Hasn't been beat yet.
Yeah, I mean, the kid's on fire right now, and he's fighting a kid that's got twice as many fights as him. Dietrich Jessup has the cage time. He's been in there with the best of the best, and he's ready to challenge for the title tonight. But this is an exciting fight.
First of 2 titles tonight as we pull up our tail of the tape, powered by R&R Barbecue. Even in age, as Jessup has a slight size up. Championship weight was made last night by the pair. 5-4 for Jessup. Perfect up to this point is the apex predator, Dante Morales. Belt on the line to bring them in is Jay.
Fierce fans, when this fight begins, the referee in charge will be Dave Seleucid. This fight is scheduled for 5 rounds for the Fierce Fighting Championship flyweight title. Introducing the challenger, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an amateur record of 5 wins and 4 losses. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighed in at 124 and 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of the Vigilante Academy and One Hit MMA. Hailing from Layton, Utah, Dietrich Jessup! And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an undefeated amateur record of 4 wins and 0 losses. He stands 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighed in at 125 pounds. Fighting out of Agema Jiu-Jitsu and MMA. Hailing from Provo, Utah, by way of Miami, Florida. The reigning, defending, undisputed flyweight champion, Dante, the Apex Predator, Morales.
All right, boys, been over the rules and locking already. Just gonna go over those big ones again. Strap the back of the head, neck and spine, and keep your fingers out of the cage. Got it? Still an amateur fight, so the thing that strikes the head is either a punch or a kick. Got it? Touch him up. Let's have a good fight.
125 title up for grabs, presented by Accelerated Athletics, the official gear supplier of Fierce FC. Dante Morales, the champion in black. Dietrich Jessup challenges in orange. Some feints early on by the flyweight champ, a near buckle by Jessup. Quick over the top and into the wrestling for the Agema fighter as well.
Morales doing a good job pressuring here against the cage. Looking to lock his hands for a body lock. opting to let go, soften him up to the top, and then right back down, punishing the legs with some knees. Just trying to get some work here, I think.
Again, his first MMA fight since February. He went to a split decision to win the amateur flyweight title against Tyler Palillo. Jessup searches for that trip. Morales right back up to the feet.
Jessup is doing a good job of hitting some offense as soon as Dante kind of settles in and goes for something. His offense is requiring Dante to be a little bit more defensive when here on the fence. He would like to get his own offensive chain wrestling going. And there it is. Down to the mat. Let's see if he's able to step over that leg. He's not. Jessup gets to the full guard.
Again, Jessup coming off a fast finish of Brendan Myers, a close training partner to Dante Morales over in Provo, Utah.
He's right in the corner with Dane. Someone who many people consider to be the best, if not one of the best, jiu-jitsu practitioners in the state. Certainly a great martial MMA coach. Dante might want to send his guy for a ride here.
Another takedown lands for the amateur champion.
That was impressive from Dante there. He didn't rush that takedown. He took his time. I know those suplexes are cool, but ill-advised as far as energy conservation is concerned.
He's got the body lock on Jessup right now. Does Morales, and he's sinking in a choke.
Jessup is doing the right things. He's turning towards that side. He's fighting it off. Beautiful work there by Jessup to get out of that, man. That's a rough spot, and he is making it rain right now in the corner.
And this crowd is erupting when Jessup got on top there. He's going for an ankle lock.
Yeah, he is. I don't know if I love that.
I don't love that.
He's got 3 victories by submission. Back to the feet we go. The Masonic Temple loves it.
Wow, man, heavy leather throwing from these guys.
Fire fight for the flyweights as Morales clocks right on the chin.
Man, Dante caught Jessup turning into that, and Jessup did not even blink.
Another trip as we will close out round number 1. We got some fun flyweights in there, fellas.
What a fight so far.
That was a great round.
That was a great round.
Both of those guys were all offense basically the entire time. Even when Jessup was getting pushed up against the fence there by Dante, he didn't even try to get off the cage. He just kept trying to do a hip toss.
He got it at the end of the round.
He did. That was great. That was really good. You know what I liked is the moment that Jessup got on top, he just immediately started throwing. Like no chill, just right away making it rain.
And that has lent to the 2 fast finishes here in 2025. On the flip side, you've got Dante Morales listening over to Marco Sanchez. His striking looks sharper. The feints were so heavy early on in the round, but Dietrich might want to turn this thing into a firefight.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like when they got up and Dietrich started throwing, there were bad intentions behind it. I mean, it wasn't like pitter patter, see what you do. It was like, I'm going to throw as hard as I can and try to knock you out.
And that's what he looked like when he fought Brendan Myers and Price. We were on that call together.
The beautiful city of Price, Utah. Gotta love it out there. Great venue for fights.
Round 2, powered by Accelerated Athletics, the official gear supplier of Fierce FC.
Dietrich needs to do a little bit better job here of circling and staying off of the cage.
He's stalking right now.
Yeah, this is what he needs to do. Maybe not overextend so much, but it's working. Landing big shots here, backing up Morales.
So much volume by the challenger. Morales tries to slow this one down a bit.
Right now, the wrestling of Morales is the decisive factor right now in these first round and a little bit over a round.
Beautiful lift there. Jessup's actually in a decent position here to reverse this. I don't know. We'll see how good his jiu-jitsu is here.
Handful of takedowns landed now by Dante Morales. When he gets up to the feet, it is so frantic. Posed by Dietrich Jessup. Morales looks to get to mount.
There we go.
I mean, quite the scramble by Dietrich Jessup.
That was phenomenal. He's got to hit a good sprawl here. He's up against the cage. He's got to cover the head. Morales chooses instead body lock against the cage. That's his go-to, man. He goes to that every single time.
Morales so calculated with his moves.
Yeah, very slick jiu-jitsu game there up against the cage.
Look, he's got the foot tied up there.
2 for 2 in the takedown column in round number 2 for Morales.
But to be fair, not doing much with the takedowns, right? So he got to the back, he got a body triangle, but Jessup was able to turn that around and land better offense. So we'll see. MMA judging has really moved away from scoring very highly on nothing but takedowns and control. You're going to have to do a little more than that. Come on, attempt here.
Not a great spot. Arms out of the sand trap for Morales. Jessup wants another hip toss.
Right on the head of Morales.
Man, we've seen that a few times tonight, guys getting hip tossed onto their face.
Morales is on him like glue, though.
Woo! Heavy pressure into the hips there.
Big step over for Morales to move to mount. 44 seconds to go, round 2.
And this is the most dominant position that Morales has had all fight. Heavy on top, knees together. Their corner is screaming for him to stay in this position.
Oh, he's got a tight body lock.
Another good
all over the back and under the chin.
Jessup has been submitted 4 times in his career.
18 seconds left.
Short
time.
Yeah, good job fighting the hands was Jessup. He's got to push that elbow up.
Can he pull it off? There's the tap. Dietrich Jessup submitted by Dante Morales and still the amateur flyweight champion.
Man,
that was impressive.
15 seconds left
on
the clock.
That was impressive, yeah.
Wow.
Relentless pressure from Dante Morales.
And Jessup did not want to tap. I mean, he looked like he was about to go out. He waited until the very last minute to tap to that.
In a back and forth battle, Dante Morales able to weather the storm of Dietrich Jessup, which was such a valiant one. And Dante Morales is 5-0. That man has not lost when he competes.
Stays perfect. Man, that momentum is a very real thing, Blake. When you start winning these fights, you start chaining them back together, back to back to back. You start believing that you can't lose.
I misspoke also, by the way. I apologize. Dietrich had been submitted 3 times in his career. That was his 4th.
I believe the moment that Court McGee, here we have the finish. Choke goes on, body triangle. Jessup desperately fighting the hands here. Morales does a good job of pummeling back over the top. Jessup did not want to tap here, man. You could see it, but that face, I mean, he was about to go out. He didn't have much longer before he went.
The champion stays atop the flyweight hill. Dante Morales, the man of the hour. Out of Agima Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, will give him his flowers right now.
Fierce fans, referee Dave Selyaset has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 50 seconds of the second round, declaring the winner by submission due to a rear naked choke. And still, the undisputed flyweight champion, Dante, the Apex Predator Morales.
You got to come to my good side. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here with your winner, Dante Morales. Dante, great fight, forward pressure the whole fight. Were you expecting the fight to go that way?
Yeah, I know there was a possibility it might get crazy. I was doing my best to visualize a clean fight, but, you know, he's a very tough fighter, so, yeah, I expected that.
You seemed calm and cool the whole fight. It seemed like that was the game plan, was to get him to the ground. Was that the game plan?
Yeah, you know, the game plan was to hurt him in the feet, touch him, and then get him to the ground, submit him. Pretty much the game plan for every single one of my fights, but I just want to thank everybody, all my sponsors, Accelerated Athletics, Rocky Mountain Remodeling, all my friends that came out. I have, you know, so many sponsors, so many people to thank. My dad who came out here, my sister who flew out here, every one of my friends that flew. Agima Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, Rise Boxing. Happy birthday to Court McGee, my coach. It's his birthday today, that was for him. And I just want to give a special thank you to my girlfriend. Yesterday was our anniversary, our 4-year anniversary, and she spent it sitting in a sauna with me. You don't get that many places. I love you, baby. You're my whole world. Thank you so much. This is for you.
Congratulations, give it up for your winner and still Fierce FC flyweight champ, Dante Morales.
Check this out. Check this out.
Hey Fierce fans, Kibble Davis here with Prime Labs. We are now the official lab testing partner for all of Fierce Fighting Championships fighters. We provide a combat trio for all fighters across the Wasatch Front, as well as if you want to get in the best shape like one of your favorite fighters, we provide many comprehensive blood panels. All you have to do is click on the link or text 385-645-7400.
Whether you're a fighter or just someone that wants to take charge of their own care and looking to address a lack of sleep, fat gain, or even muscle growth, Prime Labs has different panels for all financial situations. So please shoot us a text at 385-645-7400, scan the QR code, or please go to the website and come check us out.
So a happy 4-year anniversary to Dante Morales and his girlfriend. Also a 41st birthday to UFC veteran Court McGee out of Agema, and still Dante Morales. Well, a double champion is always a rarity in MMA, but as Lane Dalton has proved over the course of his career, no task is too tall. Up 15 pounds, he links up with Utah's highest peak in middleweight champion Michael Pfeiffer. Back and in a title setting is Michael Pfeiffer. Jason.
Very promising career for Michael Pfeiffer. 3 straight wins. He's got a tough task ahead of him tonight. This is another banging fight. Will we see another finish?
Declaring the winner by unanimous decision, Lane Dalton! Declaring the winner and new undisputed middleweight champion! Fierce fans, our final title fight of the evening is brought to you by Vasa Fitness, an official sponsor of Fierce Fighting Championship. Please welcome our final 2 fighters, the challenger Lane Dalton, and then the champion Michael Pfeiffer to the cage.
All right, a chance to join a small circle of double champions tonight strikes for Lane Dalton. Andrew, he had his quick win to secure the welterweight strap in October. Now a new task, up 15 pounds.
You looked great in October against obviously a tough opponent, right? And watch Spencer's come out here and completely dominate. So, yeah, Lane is he's a gamer, man. And, you know, having the wherewithal to say I'm not happy with one. I want 2 belts. He wants all the belts. His pants are never going to fall down.
No, and Jason, he's ultra competitive. He says he likes to beat guys at their own game, including Michael Pfeiffer's stand-up tonight.
Yeah, and Lane Dalton does damage when he connects with punches. I think there was a stat he broke like 2 people's noses that he's connected with.
He's drawn blood of every opponent he's faced in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, this guy just throws leather. He looks to punish his opponents when he's in there. And this is another one, man. This main card is just stacked.
5 straight wins for the trending Lane Dalton. The amateur welterweight champion has gone 6 for 7 on takedowns in his last 2 fights as well. He has been unbelievable. He looks for a second strap alongside Michael Pfeiffer. One of the highest ceilings on the Utah scene. Enter the Fierce FC amateur middleweight champion, Michael Pfeiffer. Jason simply said he wants anyone and everyone another tough test ahead, but proved his worth alongside Linnell Woodhouse last time out.
I love this kid. He's full of it. He's always talking. He wants to fight, like you said. He'll fight anybody, anytime, any place, anywhere. He doesn't care. He just wants to fight, man. I love watching this kid scrap.
Yeah, Andrew, he is so attentive to the local landscape of fighters in his bracket, wants all of the top names, and has such a fire to compete.
Oh, dude, he loves to scrap. Like, I talked to him a little bit after that fight, after his last fight, and he just loves to fight. Like, some guys do it, and they're just doing it, you know, and it's like, I'm kind of just doing it because I feel like I should be here. Pfeiffer's here because he wants to hurt people. He wants to come in, he wants to hit people, doesn't mind getting beat up at all, and get after it. He's got some sick stand-up. He reminds me a lot in some ways of, just in the fighting department, nowhere else, Ian Gary.
Okay.
The way that he approaches his striking game. Nowhere else, Pfeiffer. No other aspects of your life.
I wanted to get this in on the broadcast. His dad, Bill Pfeiffer, is here today. It's his birthday. He's been to all but one of Michael's fights over the years, certainly a pillar of his support system. Michael Pfeiffer has not lost since his amateur debut on short notice versus Jason Ergel. But now the final amateur action of 2025 beckons. Both men are 23, a 7-inch advantage will reside with the red corner in Pfeiffer, who made championship weight alongside his dance partner. A couple of top-notch records slated head-to-head in this perfect pairing on paper.
Fierce fans, when this fight begins, the referee in charge will be Tyler Tomlinson. This fight is scheduled for 5 rounds for the Fierce Fighting Championship middleweight title. Introducing the challenger, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an amateur record of 5 wins, 1 loss, and 1 no contest. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighed in at 183 pounds. Fighting out of Dark Horse Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, hailing from Emmett, Idaho, the current welterweight champion, Lane Dalton. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 4 wins and 1 loss. He stands 6 feet 4 inches tall and weighed in at 184 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of One Hit MMA, hailing from San Diego, California, the reigning, defending, undisputed middleweight champion, Suburban Mike Pfeiffer.
All right, amateur fight, amateur championship fight, amateur rules, okay? Listen, obey my commands at all times, protect yourself at all times, okay? Do not hit the back of the head. You guys understand? Yes, sir. Okay, touch gloves if you want and back up.
Last title of 2025 put together with the help of Vasa Fitness, Live Better. Michael Pfeiffer throws in red gloves, the challenger Lane Dalton geared in blue gloves.
These guys are as ready to fight each other as any people I've ever seen get ready to fight each other.
The best part about it is they are both so certain of how it's going to play out. Just got to see what the next 15 minutes say about both of their amateur careers.
Pfeiffer came in the cage, stopped before he got to his corner. Ooh.
Straight into the action is Lane Dalton, who finds himself on top.
Going for this crunchy arm lock here. I think you're going to have a hard time. I think Dalton's probably a pretty strong guy.
He looks like he looks like a wrecking ball in there.
He does. I was saying, though, Pfeiffer came in the cage, stopped right in front of Dalton, and just stared at him.
Dalton doing the right thing of getting this fight to the ground, too, negating that reach advantage.
Very smart, very smart. Pfeiffer's got some really good stand-up, really good footwork, angles. Love to see it. But right now, it's all Dalton on top in the guard.
Pfeiffer was only taken down once off of many attempts. Last time out versus Linnell Woodhouse, Lane Dalton scores his first inside the first 30 seconds of the first frame.
Little bit different this time. Before, Pfeiffer was pinned up against the cage the whole time. This, Dalton just shot in on him immediately in the center of the cage. always interesting to see what fighters do once they get taken down when they know they're fighting a wrestler. You essentially have two trains of thought when you're getting ready for someone like this. You either train your takedown defense, which you think might be a good idea, but in a lot of ways it's not, because if you train your whole camp on takedown defense, when you do get taken down, you've wasted all that training, right? If you instead train your jiu-jitsu, then you have the ability and some offensive capabilities once you do get down. So be interesting to see what type of offense he attempts to mount here from the bottom.
So this is something we've seen in previous fights where the top player not really mounting much offense, bottom player throwing some strikes, throwing some damage. Now here we go with a little bit of offense from Dalton, and that's what the judges want to see. If you're going to get into this position, can you do some damage? Can you advance the position? Because if you can't, and the bottom player is throwing up submissions, trying to sweep, landing damage, the bottom player is going to end up getting the round.
Yeah. Controversial as that is, it is correct. Yeah.
They're shifting from more of that control to who's doing the most, who's trying to finish the fight.
All Dalton on top, 2.5 minutes into this first of 5 potential rounds for the amateur middleweight title. Nasir Davis and David Kim are the only 2 men to ever be double champions at Fierce FC. Lane Dalton will try to be the third.
Good company.
Very good company. Also mention Lane Dalton's first time back up at middleweight in over 2 years. The last time was versus Tyler Call. It was his only loss by decision in September of 2023.
Man, that was all Dalton there, huh?
It was all Dalton. I mean, he was landing some shots.
Well, we saw a whole lot of boos when Lane Dalton was making his walk. He has a quick message for this Masonic Temple crowd that is certainly friendly to the other side of the cage and Michael Pfeiffer.
Michael Pfeiffer, visibly upset at the end of that round, got up and said an expletive to himself, very frustrated. He doesn't look hurt at all. He does look a little bit stressed out from that round, though, I will say.
Well, and I'll say this, too. He's his own harshest critic. Yeah. Despite winning 4 of 5 rounds in August, he was visibly frustrated after that fight versus Linnell Woodhouse, which he ended up winning by a large margin.
Yeah, and he spoke to us about it. I mean, he's his worst critic. He wants to win the fight. He wants to dominate the fight. Right now, it's all Dalton. Pfeiffer's going to have to figure out a way to keep this fight standing or find a way to get to top position.
Look, and that's what good competitors are going to get, right? I remember you interviewing me, Jason. You said, how'd it go? And I said, I fought terrible right after a win, right? And so if you want to improve yourself, though, that's the attitude you got to have. Now's not the time, though. Now's the time to believe in yourself. One thing we do know about Michael Pfeiffer is he does believe in himself, and he'll tell us as much.
Oh, yeah, he's going to tell us.
Pfeiffer getting a little bit of outside encouragement.
Not sure if it picked up, but Lane Dalton bludgers to the top of the head and now looks to bring this one back down to the canvas.
This is looking like it's going to be another takedown from Dalton here. Pfeiffer doing a good job, though.
Finds the fence.
That leverage, he's so tall, but Dalton, pressure.
Man, Dalton is busy against this fence, man. That is, what a pace, dude.
He is an extremely high-level wrestler, got to very high accolades in high school, as well as a national champion judo player. Down once again is Pfeiffer.
So a decent grappling pedigree is what you're telling me. Well, it's all on display right now. I mean, that was not a normal MMA fighter takedown. That was all over his hips, switching sides, attacking from everywhere until he finally dragged Pfeiffer to the ground. That's discouraging to have to deal with, man. That's very tough.
Opening moments of each round have lent to Lane Dalton, tallying up plenty of control time. 1:40 to go here in round number 2, which has been all Lane Dalton as he eyes a second belt.
Pfeiffer's looking for a Kimura attempt potentially here. He may have his arm pinned behind his back, though. I think Dalton is holding his – he's holding the arm behind his back. Really tough spot to be in.
Very tough spot.
We have seen Pfeiffer battle from the bottom before, but so pinned deep by the pressure of Lane Dalton right now, unable to do so like he's done in the past.
Yeah, Dalton's landing heavy shots right now with that. He's got that arm pin behind the back, and Pfeiffer can't do anything right now.
He's in a really, really bad spot here. And now on his back with the arm pin behind his back, if Pfeiffer can potentially climb the cage, but man, it's going to be tough with a guy like that on top of you. Pfeiffer cannot get his arm free. He has got to get that. He's got to get that away.
Now plenty of blood spewing from that left nostril as well for Pfeiffer.
Look how far Pfeiffer's arm is underneath his, but you can literally see it on
right above the score button.
And he finally gets it free.
All Lane Dalton so far.
Dominating first 2 rounds.
And for some cage side geography, we are much closer to the one-hit MMA crew, Aldo Regia, Amin Garcia, over there for Michael Pfeiffer. Lane Dalton far from his Dark Horse MMA corner on the other side.
It's so defeating when you try to get up and the guy just pulls your arm, pulls the post out, gets back on top of you and starts raining down shots.
Well, and another thing I want people to notice about the way that Dalton is wrestling here, he's not resting ever. There's no resting. The whole time that he's wrestling, moving his feet, getting closer, putting his hips up tight. It's really, really tough to deal with a high-level wrestler like this when they refuse to stop moving.
See the state of the cardiovascular draped over his head coach. With all that being said, it's been all Lane Dalton through 6 minutes.
Yeah, Michael Pfeiffer's looking like the defeated fighter in the corner right now. I don't really like the body language. He's going to have to get that confidence. He's going to have to dig deep, try to keep this fight standing if he wants to win tonight.
I'm curious what Aldo's saying in the corner here. I know what I would be saying, which is you don't seem to have the ability to stop these takedowns, right? You have to offensively grapple from the bottom. There's a little bit of a strategy here that has been lost in modern MMA. If you fight a guy who is superior to you to wrestling, you're going to lose the decision anyway. You might as well accept the bottom position and start working some offense from there. At least you have an opportunity to win, because right now it doesn't look like Pfeiffer has any answers to the grappling of Dalton.
Round 3 we go. Crowd vents their support of Michael Pfeiffer, the Utah man. Lane Dalton crossed over borders. He'll get a bullseye right there up top off of Lane Dalton, but he still closes distance.
That was a beautiful right hand, but Lane Dalton didn't skip a beat.
Just walked right through it.
Right into him.
Right back to the body lock and looking for a takedown again.
But you know what? Michael Pfeiffer's doing the right things here now. He's digging that underhook. He's got a good whizzer on the far side. Lane Dalton attacking the single leg. And Pfeiffer's got to switch his defense there.
How good is this wrestling from Lane Dalton?
Super high level. I'm saying that, but it's one thing to say it and it's another thing to do it. And Lane Dalton right to the mount.
He might get a mother's milk submission here.
Prime spot to do a whole lot of damage with plenty of time, over 2 minutes for Lane Dalton to try to secure another title.
Great mount escape there. Great mermaid escape there by Michael Pfeiffer. That was a real good attempt and got him back into the guard. That was fantastic.
You could see the frustration on his face. He just does not have an answer right now for Lane Dalton, the pressure of Lane Dalton.
Lane Dalton has not lost in 6 fights. He did have a no contest because of an unfortunate malfunction on a certain cage. I won't say whose cage, but it was our cage. Hopefully I won't lose my job for that one. All being said,
I think that was the first time I called a fight.
Was it?
Yes, it was.
I was like, oh, this is wild, huh? He was fighting Mafaleo, is that correct?
Kamuela Mamon.
Kamuela Mamon, that's who it was.
Tyler Tomlinson has seen enough. He'll stand them back up. A little bit more action in the final 65 seconds of round 3. Down is Pfeiffer!
Man, it's so tough to deal with because I think that Pfeiffer does have an advantage on his feet, but he has to be so concerned about the takedowns. And then right when you start thinking about the takedowns, Lane Dalton throws some heavy leather. You got to watch out for that too.
A perfect wave of offense by Lane Dalton gets Pfeiffer back down on bottom. Tyler Tomlinson wanted to see more action. He got it.
This is why it's so important to be mixing up your attacks in mixed martial arts. It sounds obvious, but sometimes guys just stick with one thing. Lane Dalton's not doing that. He's throwing hard when he's on his feet, and he's grappling hard when he's on the ground. Really difficult. If you keep a fighter on the back foot like this, how can they win?
Very true.
We talked about it during the walkout, but Lane Dalton said that he wanted to prove that he could beat Michael Pfeiffer anywhere, beat guys at their own game. He's done that throughout the entirety of his career. Looks like he just did so with that knockdown late round 3.
Yeah, so far, just dominant performance from Lane Dalton. There's nothing else to say. He's just completely dominating the fight right now.
He's looking great, and a really defeated look for Michael Pfeiffer as he pulls himself up off the canvas. I will say things not looking great. At a minimum, 3-0 in the for Lane Dalton, and Michael Pfeiffer here on his stool with his coaches in his corner, looking like he's not having the greatest time in the world.
Yeah, he looks frustrated.
Yeah.
It's also frustrating when it's a grappling sense, because when, in terms of striking, there are ways to get about it. But when you are taken down and completely muted in any sort of offensive option, that's where things get primarily frustrating, and that is what Lane Dalton is posing right now.
Oh, 100%. He's never. Michael Pfeiffer's not even getting the opportunity to fight.
Yeah, and Pfeiffer's had one good shot in 3 rounds.
Yeah.
And Dalton's connected on shots standing, too, because of, as Andy said, the threat of the takedowns are there.
To round 4 we go. Championship frames are in front of us.
I'd like to see Pfeiffer throw a teep kick right up the middle.
Pfeiffer needs to get on the front foot and start swinging. He can't wait. He just can't. There it is.
There it is.
How about that? He cannot wait. You know, and I was going to say, while it might work, kicks may be ill-advised.
Pfeiffer's got the neck there.
Yeah, potential arm in guillotine here.
Dalton explodes, but Pfeiffer might have a small window to accelerate.
That looks pretty tight from Pfeiffer, man.
Because he's got long arms there.
Yeah, he does. I want to see him get the elbow a little higher. Lane Dalton doesn't like this, and he's able to get his head out. That was close.
That was the best attempt Pfeiffer's had all fight, and props to him for looking for that and searching for it and going for it, because he didn't have anything else to do but to go for it.
Dalton was turning color. Michael Pfeiffer, an absolute Hail Mary attempt by him early on round 4.
But, you know, like what I said earlier, your best option here is probably submission jiu-jitsu, right? And I would love to see him get on it and start attacking here from the bottom. I know easier said than done. You're on the bottom of half guard with a guy who just wants to wrestle with you. I get it, I've been there, but it's the only chance that Pfeiffer currently has in the fight. I don't like Pfeiffer just laying here on his back in half guard, man. He's got to move. There we go. K fights an underhook, but Lane Dalton immediately stops it.
Michael Pfeiffer did go a full 5 rounds in August versus Linnell Woodhouse, so these aren't uncharted territories for him, although obviously much more energy expenditure trying to get out of the grasp of Lane Dalton through the past 3.5 rounds.
Yeah, they're in a bit of a stall position here. Pfeiffer keeps going locked down and then letting it go with his legs. Pretty difficult to get past if Dalton doesn't really want to push the issue. But if Pfeiffer's not getting over to his hip, the lockdown doesn't really do anything except stall. So, and at this point, when you're Dalton and you're up 3 rounds at the end of this one, 4 rounds to nothing, it's not on you to push the pace of the fight.
Exactly. Just stand there, land shots, which he's doing. He's doing just enough to keep Tyler from getting him to stand up.
More short punches by Lane Dalton as we see the final 15 seconds or so of round number 4.
You got to believe Tyler's looking at standing him up here at this point. Not really much going on. These little punches are not 10 seconds, probably going to let him go here.
Fifth and final coming up. Pfeiffer slow to get up. Lane Dalton immediately shoots. 3 minutes away from a second shoulder, having a belt wrapped around it.
5 rounds to nothing, too. Completely dominant versus a very good opponent.
Pfeiffer's going to try to have the Hail Mary, teep kick up the middle, submission, Hail Mary, submission. He's going to have to try something.
We've seen some incredible amateur performances this year. I think of Logan Taylor against Darian Orvin a few months ago. This might take the cake, Andrew.
Yeah, you know, the Logan Taylor fight was really interesting because, at least for me, I thought of Logan Taylor primarily as a grappler. And then he came out and he looked like he had like amazing boxing, right? Versus Darian, who's a pretty dangerous guy. Pfeiffer is coming out and he is just doing what he does. More than anything, what this says also, by the way, is like, I have a game plan and I'm going to stick to it no matter what. Right?
To a T.
Yeah. Like you're not going to dissuade me. I'm not going to get in a fist fight with you. If I don't want to, right, you're going to the mat if that's where I want it to be.
Spoke to Lane Dalton a few weeks ago. He was so certain that he was going to win this fight and win this belt any way that he wanted to. So far, so good in that forecast of this fight. Just one more round to decide it between these two at 185.
I think Pfeiffer needs to not kick. He needs to get his hips back. He needs to push forward and throw hard.
Pop that jab out a little bit.
Every second he waits, he gets closer to losing this fight.
Nice little uppercut by Pfeiffer. That's what he needs to do. Keep the distance.
1s and 2s as Lane Dalton closes in.
Yeah, this is potentially dangerous, though. If Lane is going to not wrestle this 5th round, there we go.
I was just getting ready to say, Pfeiffer needs to let his hands go and start throwing shots, or else this is going to happen. And we're right back to the same position we've been at the last going to be 4 rounds.
Oh, wow. Good job by Pfeiffer getting those hands out from under his butt. But I don't think that Lane has been unsuccessful thus far getting to the mat when he wants it to be. We'll see what happens here.
Too many tricks in the bag so far.
Yeah, he really does. His chain wrestling against the cage has been phenomenal tonight. Really good head positioning there by Lane Dalton. Pinned up against the cage, good underhook control, heavy weight on that side, throwing these little shots. When he gets control of that far side wrist of Pfeiffer, I'd like to see him come up the middle with a knee on the left side.
John Jones slingshotted that a lot in the past.
John Jones very good at that. Super damaging technique.
Over the years, we have seen so many high-level guys, some of the best in the entire country, grace this stage. Lane Dalton might be the best amateur in the country, regardless of weight class.
Yeah, he's a problem. At 170 or 185.
Does he have any losses on his record?
I think he's lost Tyler Call, 2023.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's pretty good.
Tyler Call's pretty good.
Tyler Call's pretty good.
And Lane lent that a lot to blowing his gas tank a little bit early on. It was only his second fight. That being said, more than anything, just an amateur move by him.
Well, that's what these early fights are for, right? When you're an amateur. And little break here from Tyler. Pfeiffer's got 30 seconds. Let's see what he can do with it.
Let his hands go. Go for broke.
High kick aims for the one-hit fighter.
Pfeiffer's waiting for the perfect moment. It might not come, man. He's got to just go.
The two guys go blow for blow in the final seconds of round 5. A freight train of force. Lane Dalton looks like he has gotten the job done. An unbelievable showing by him, and now the 3rd ever amateur champion. Double amateur champion. My apologies.
Impressive, dominant performance by Lane Dalton tonight. Yeah, doesn't get much better than that.
No, I mean, that's as good as it gets. Lane Dalton is fired up and over in his corner. He knows he just won 5-0. I don't see how you could call it any other way. All but the formalities need to be done at this point.
Utter dominance by the Eagle, Idaho fighter. A victory in October. And now it looks like another one. He will have 2 belts to hang up at home.
Did he mention to you what weight he wants to fight at when he goes pro?
170, if not even 155.
Okay.
More than anything, just wanted the opportunity to get a second belt, not cut as much weight. Lane Dalton, such a problem out of Eagle, Idaho. And like just mentioned a few moments ago on my end, Andrew, I truly believe that's one of the best amateurs in the entire country.
I mean, I don't know how you'd argue with it after a performance like that. He's so good at that one skill set, right? It gives him the opportunity every fight he's in. He has this massive advantage. The other thing that lets him do is keep winning fights while he works on the rest of his game, right? Develop those striking skills a little bit more nuanced. Not that they look bad, though, because he landed, and, Pfeiffer's a good striker, and he hurt him a few times. So, good all-around showing from Lane Dalton here tonight.
So there's a belt on the right shoulder of Lane Dalton. Just about to put one on his left side as well. To crown the winner, we got hopes.
Fierce fans, after 5 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. The judges score this contest 50-45, 50-44, and 50-45, declaring the winner by unanimous decision and new undisputed middleweight champion and double champion, Lane Dalton.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here with your winner, Lane. Dominant performance tonight, beautiful chain wrestling. You used your strikings to get the takedown. Was that the plan tonight?
Absolutely, that was the plan. I intended for the takedowns to be a little bit more difficult, but I was still able to get to him faster than I thought. So it was the same game plan, just with a little bit less work to get there.
Well, that was a beautiful performance. You're now only the 3rd double champ in Fierce Fighting Championship history. What's next for you? Where do you go? Do you defend the welterweight strap, or do you defend the middleweight strap?
I prefer my home at welterweight because that's where I want to fight pro at. But we'll just have to see what opportunities arise. Before you take the mic away, shout out to Pfeiffer. A lot of heart, very tall. He almost guillotined me. I was very close to going out. And then he hit me with a very solid right hand at one point. Very good striker, uses his length well. We just trained for him, and I have a guy that's built just like him, Riker, and so it allowed me to be well prepared for the fight. That's the only difference.
Well, congratulations once again on a dominant performance. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winner and double champ, Lane Dalton.
Hey, stick around.
Blow the roof off the Mountain America Center and make some noise!
Discombobulating power! One of the most violent finishes we've seen in a long time.
Welcome back to MMA, Javier Beltran.
Such talent on this show, too.
Live from the Mountain America Center in Idaho Falls.
They literally had to pull Ammon off of him. Wow!
Here at Rocky Mountain Power, we're dedicated to delivering the safe, reliable power you count on. We're proud of our industry-leading reliability, but we're always pushing to do better. That's why we're out working every day to ensure that everything is operating smoothly and ready for all seasons, from winter weather to summer heat and everything in between. It's all part of honoring our commitment to you and delivering the power you need. See how we make it happen at rockymountainpower.net/reliability.
So that concludes the amateur acts of 2025. There have been so many incredible performances, but Dante Morales and Lane Dalton close the show. That being said, we still got a pair of pros at flyweight and again at 140 pounds later on. For right now, Mauro Gutierrez and Kudratullah Babakar Hill are up next. Andrew, we were talking about it a little bit in the break, how impressive Lane Dalton is. You got to wonder on the flip side of things, what's next for Michael Pfeiffer? Does he stay as an amateur and try to get back a belt? If Pfeiffer is to, I don't know, potentially win a couple more, Lane Dalton goes pro, what might he do?
I think Pfeiffer's pretty young, probably a few more amateur fights. His skill set-wise, I actually think Pfeiffer's fine to go pro. That might sound crazy after he got dominated like that, but Pfeiffer's a good fighter. Lane Dalton is just... he's a little different, right? I mean, that guy's ready to go right now, and he would give a lot of pros that I know 100 big problems. So
And he echoed it in the in-cage interview about him almost getting finished and catching that big right hand from Pfeiffer. But yeah, shout out to Lane Dalton. That was impressive.
High level. Same can be said about Mauro Gutierrez and Kudratala Babakar Hill.
Fierce fans, our co-main event of the evening is brought to you by Jay's Tire Pros, the official tire of Fierce Fighting Championship. Please welcome our next two fighters, Mauro Gutierrez and then Kudratala Babakar Hill, to the cage.
Finally back in his home state is the ever-active Mauro Gutierrez. Jason, his record is evened out to 500, but his resume is rampant of the best that this sport has to offer.
Yeah, Mauro, you always see this guy. He's doing jiu-jitsu matches. You see him fighting everywhere in Vegas and Utah. I love watching this guy. I love the energy he brings in the cage.
Yeah, Andrew, he's been busy over the last year and a half. Since beating Austin Strel, he's had 3 MMA walks and a pair of boxing matches. Most recently got a win in the ring in June of this year.
That's like I said about those Cache Valley guys, right? They stay busy. They're doing stuff constantly, and this guy is a living example of that. Kofi really feels strongly that you need to be actively competing if you're going to be a competitor, and that's how he was. I remember training with him back in the day when I was like a teenager. Kofi was always doing stuff. Come in the gym, he's always doing something, and that's how he trains his guys as well.
Mauro Gutierrez, nearly 156 minutes of cage time since June of 2017, dating back to his amateur career, not including 4 boxing and Muay Thai fights.
Yeah, this guy, like Andy said, this guy fights. He's doing everything. He's well-rounded, he's fast, good scrambles, good wrestling, good striking. Exciting fighter is Mauro Gutierrez.
Has not lost under the Fierce banner, got his brown belt earlier this week, also won a boxing match in September. He is 2-1 as a professional boxer. It'll be interesting to see how much of his hands that he poses out there alongside Babakar Hill.
If your last name is Gutierrez, you're not allowed to have boring fights.
Facts.
All right, pro fight number 4 for Kudratala Babakar Hill. Andrew, his longest layoff since he turned pro in 2022, but sharpening his skills with the world's best over at Syndicate in Las Vegas.
It's a good place to be, man. We get a lot of these guys from Syndicate coming out here, and they tend to do pretty well.
They tend to do very well.
Yeah, Jason impressively got some love and support from the former UFC bantamweight champion Rob Dwabishvili at the announcement of this fight.
Yeah, that's a pretty good person to get kudos from.
He's wearing his shorts right now.
Yeah, and he's got the shorts on.
Kudratala Babakar Hill, so fired up at weigh-ins as well, got straight in the face of Mauro Gutierrez and literally said, I'm going to kill you tomorrow.
Yeah, that was one of the most intense face-offs I've seen in a long time.
His nickname is Zilzala, which means earthquake. Landed a knockdown and a takedown in the first 5 minutes last time we saw him, so certainly showed that. From Afghanistan, never actually has had a finish in his career. All of his fights have gone to decision as a professional, and there is no record of his amateur stint either.
Have we ever had a fighter from Afghanistan fight at Fierce?
No.
So first, that's pretty cool.
Kudratala Babakar Hill, his first bout since February 2024. Again, his longest layoff since turning pro in February of 2022. Has an incredible support system. So many comments about him on every single post. We appreciate it as well here at Fierce FC. All right, Co-main event, tail of the tape. Gutierrez is 5 years older, but 1 inch shorter. No issues on the square last night. 2-1 for the syndicate fighter. Mauro looks to break up that 500 record in his favor. Inside to tee it up is Jackson.
Fierce fans, our co-main event of the evening is brought to you by Jay's Tire Pros. And this fight is scheduled for 3 rounds in the professional flyweight division. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding a professional record of 3 wins and 3 losses. He stands 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighed in at 125 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Cache Valley Martial Arts, hailing from Mendon, Utah, by way of San Clemente, California, Mauro Angel Gutierrez. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding a professional record of 2 wins and 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighed in at 125 pounds. Fighting out of Syndicate MMA, hailing from Las Vegas, Nevada, Kudratala Zilzala Babakar Hill. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge, Dave Selyudstead.
First pro matchup, courtesy of Jay's Tire Pros, the official tire of Fierce FC. Kudratala Babakar Hill in that UFC kit has some orange and white on it. Mauro Gutierrez wears white. Dave Selyudstead also in charge of the main event between Owen Robinette and Joel Haro coming up in just a little bit. Fast start for the flyweights.
And these guys are going right after it, looks like. As promised.
I don't think Gutierrez has ever been in a boring fight.
Crisp to the body is Kudratala. Ooh. Over the top is Gutierrez as well. He'll comb the chin.
That was a nice little front hand punch. Good catch in return. That was beautiful. Good sprawl, possibly on the headlock, and gets right back up to the body kick. How do you not love these little guys, man?
Nice, that nice elbow inside by Gutierrez.
Such a fast, blistering pace from these flyweights, man.
Perfect instincts on both sides. Big moments for the two. Babakar Hill shakes one off.
Babakar says nope, nothing on it, and returns some heavy leather.
Gutierrez has landed some heavy shots so far in this first round.
Good knee there from Gutierrez.
Crowd supports their local fighter, Mauro Gutierrez, out of Cache Valley Martial Arts in Logan, Utah.
Heavy leg kicks from both fighters.
Chiming through the entire Masonic Temple. To the breadbasket for Gutierrez.
Beautiful combination there, going to the body and then in with a leg kick.
He's coming in, entering in with an elbow. He's caught him a couple times now.
When these guys get on the inside, they are just throwing, man. Right there. Beautiful setup on that inside leg kick. A little feint with the hands, and Babakar returns.
Another strike sizzles in favor of the syndicate fighter.
Gutierrez, I think, looking for an elbow here.
His boxing looks crisp tonight.
How disciplined are both of these guys?
Both, yeah,
in the
very disciplined.
Beautiful inside leg kick there. Good knee by Gutierrez, followed up by another knee.
Another home run hit attempted for Babakar Hill.
I'm curious to see how long this pace is going to keep up, because it's
been fast paced. No, we're not even halfway through the first round yet.
Perfect placements of strikes from both flyweights through the first half of round number 1 of a possible 3. Blisters to the body as well is Babakar Hill. Mauro Gutierrez responds with a leg kick.
Gutierrez is throwing those leg kicks with zero regard for his own safety.
Yeah, nice uppercut by Babakar.
Yeah, I think Babakar might have felt that one.
Oh, nice shot. Nice counter shot by Gutierrez.
That inside, that little shovel hook that he's throwing is landing all day. There's that elbow.
And there's the elbow again. Yep. Gutierrez on the inside. Oh, he's got Babakar cut on over the left eye.
Babakar's tough, man, though. He's not backing up at all.
He is not.
Mauro picks his shots beautifully. The head movement is there as well. More kicks on the side of the Las Vegas talent. Inside kick in favor of Gutierrez once again.
I think the accumulation of damage that Babakar has taken is starting to slow him down here a bit.
He's still in the fight. He's still coming forward.
Absolutely.
But you can see him starting to slow down a little bit, though.
Gutierrez goads on the opposition.
And Gutierrez will not slow down.
Look at the way that he's getting out of these shots, angling off to the corners, not backing straight up. He is looking for that right hook. He knows it's his weapon.
Gutierrez with a little bit of showmanship. His hands are down. Big swing and a miss for Babakar Hill.
Yeah, Babakar's definitely slowing down now, winging the punches.
I would love to see Gutierrez go high and then go hard to the body.
Gutierrez is looking for those counters on the inside again. His
Good
body kick
kick.
by Babakar.
And these guys are jawing each other a little bit back and forth in there. I love that.
Quick car crash between the two in the center. 20 seconds to go, round one.
Ooh, nice liver kick by Gutierrez.
Ooh. Down his heel once again off of the strike of Gutierrez. He has been so dialed in through the first 5 minutes.
Very impressive from both fighters.
This is a cool fight.
This was hyped up because of the reaction at weigh-ins last night. Yeah. It is absolutely proving to be the biggest thus far. Over in the corner of Kudratala, Babakar Hill. It'll be interesting to see what he looks like through the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, he seemed like he was slowing down a little bit from some of that damage. He was still throwing shots, still dangerous, but right now, Mauro seems to be taking over as that round got later and later.
Dude, the flyweights are so good.
It's so fun to
They're
watch.
so good. I know it's probably annoying. I talk about it all the time, but like as you go lower in weight, the skill increases, man. The best fighters in the world fight at flyweight, and we're seeing it here tonight. I mean, this you wouldn't be able to tell by their records. This is a very high-level fight.
Well, and you wouldn't be able to believe this either. Mauro has lost his last 3 straight.
Oh yeah,
in relatively dominant fashion on the other side.
It just goes to show you how competitive the world of flyweights is.
Yeah.
Everyone's good, right? Everybody's good.
It's been primarily grappling that's been posed that has affected Gutierrez's efficiencies in there. Right now, Babakar Hill, more of a stand-up fighter, plays into the game plan of Gutierrez. Round 2 we go.
It's a leg kick by Babakar. Now Mauro's starting to throw that straight right down the middle.
If I'm in Babakar's corner, I'm calling for him to straighten out his shots.
Solid base by Babakar Hill. Able to stay upright and keep boxing with the flyweight.
Mauro's boxing looks crisp tonight. He's right out of range. In and out, in and out.
Hands up too, shelling really well.
Chop to the body, Mauro tries to get him off his base.
Babakar's thrown that shot a handful of times, and it's landed almost every time. It's been his best shot of the night, for sure, is that back leg roundhouse kick to the body.
Every time Gutierrez is southpaw is when he seems to be throwing it.
Yeah, when you're in that open stance, it's a great time to do that.
Gutierrez bids to clinch. A couple of knees traded back and forth. There's now a trip initiated by the Logan, Utah fighter.
Good takedown there from Gutierrez. Very nice control with that underhook. Babakar's in a pretty rough spot here. He's going to have to explode to escape.
Full mount now.
Lots of activity on bottom by Babakar Hill, but Gutierrez has stayed steady on top.
This is such a rough spot, man. When you have a guy mounted on top of you and he has that underhook like that, this is some old school smothering jiu-jitsu. Jason, I know you love that.
No. I'm tapping.
You like to be on top.
I'm tapping. Yeah. I like to be. I'd rather be on top.
Strong scramble to get back up to the feet. Gutierrez returns this thing where it was.
Babacar wants to land offense so bad as he was falling, he threw a punch. Guys, how cool is our sport? 9 years ago, it was illegal in New York. Now we have a guy from Afghanistan fighting another guy.
It's pretty
who's
damn
from
cool.
Mexico in Salt Lake City, Utah. How cool is that?
Best sport in the world, no doubt about it.
Zero question.
Mauro's corner pleading for a knee cut to pass this guard and do a little bit more damage. Just around the halfway point of round number 2, Dave Selyestead will stand him up.
A little early there maybe, but
that left side of Babacar Hill absolutely cloaked in blood.
There's that left hand right down the middle.
Gutierrez is calling an eye poke. Dave looked like he was going to come in, but waffled there a little bit. Eye poking, a very successful technique in mixed martial arts.
Especially if the ref doesn't see it.
That's what we say, right? The best thing about cheating is it works.
I think Babacar got a second win there, it looks like.
That was a phenomenal entry by Gutierrez, and Babacar had a great sprawl to shut that down. That was very nice on both of their parts.
Fast combination by Babacar Hill, a piston at the close of it.
Gutierrez just took a big, deep breath.
90 seconds before we see stools once again.
The effectiveness of Gutierrez striking right now. Babacar stuffing the takedown again.
Yeah, man. And I'll tell you right now, shooting like that and not getting takedowns is exhausting.
Babacar is relentless, man.
Again, 2-1 the record. All of his fights have gone to a decision. As tough as they come, as he'll swing and loop a shot.
Oh, now
a few more to follow.
That was a good elbow by Babacar there and goes to the body. Man, it's feeling like we might have a little bit of a momentum shift here at the end of the second.
I was just getting ready to say that. Looks like Babacar got his second win. He's starting to land some hard shots of his own.
It's not quite as pretty as what Gutierrez is mounting, but man, it's just as effective.
He's not landing a lot of those. He's landed a couple hard shots, but he seems to be just at the end of the punches or just missing.
More head hunting from Babacar Hill. Late round 2.
I have to question when a guy has been as dominant as Gutierrez has been in this fight with his striking, and all of a sudden starts shooting takedowns. Like, what's going on? Why are you trying so hard to get the fight to the mat? And those were not like just feeling it out attempts for takedowns. Those were full 100% commitment shots.
Gutierrez took a deep breath walking back to the corner after that.
10 minutes down. Playing field absolutely leveled as we head into the third and final.
I think I still give that second round to Gutierrez.
I think so too, but it's close. And Babacar right now looks like the fresher fighter. And if he can push the pace a little bit and land some, he landed some good body shots throughout the fight so far. And they seem to be playing dividends right now.
Yeah, they do. I wouldn't be shocked if they gave that second round to Babacar, though. I mean, that was very, very close.
Optics-wise, he was coming forward. He was throwing big shots.
And the majority of his work happened in the last 2.5 minutes of the round, which shouldn't count for more than the beginning, but it oftentimes does because we have recency bias. So Babacar getting some instruction from his corner, leaning back on the cage.
5 more minutes to go.
His corner trying to wake him up. Actually, both corners trying to wake their guys up.
You talked about it in round 1, the pace and how they would be able to keep that up. They have for the most part, but we'll have to see what this final 5 minutes looks like for these two at 125.
But what a great fight so far.
I mean, Babacar's come close on a couple of those shots. He's just missing.
Straight down the pipe for Gutierrez.
And I feel like Gutierrez has not missed with a straight left yet.
There's the eye poke.
Gutierrez immediately retreats off of any attack. Babacar Hill goes over to the corner. Dave Selystedt gives him his 5 minutes. It looks as though Dave Selystedt is going to take a point.
Did he get a warning? I think he got a warning already once.
He said he gave him a warning a few times, but I'm going to be honest. I am now of the opinion that the point deduction needs to happen on the first time.
I agree.
This is getting so out of hand in our sport. The eye poking thing is ridiculous. And honestly, you can make the argument that a point is not enough of a deduction. If you do a sufficiently hard eye poke in the first round, you now got to fight 3 to 5 rounds with impaired vision. Like, it's tough, man. So, good job there by Dave enforcing the rules, though.
Lunging blow lands for Babacar Hill. Echoes through the walls here in Salt Lake City.
That point deduction is huge in a close fight like this.
Yeah, I think that all but guarantees Gutierrez's victory if he's able to stay.
Babacar looking like the fresher fighter in this third round. Just as I say that, Gutierrez comes forward and lands 2 big shots.
I think that straight right hurt him there. Yeah, I think he's a little bit hurt here.
Got a great poker face.
Very good.
Gutierrez's counterpunching has been on point tonight.
Oh, he's looked great. He's looked great all night. Great jab. Shelling well. You see him go to that Philly shell there as he makes his exit.
Still so much sauce on these shots, Andy.
So good.
Nice jab. I mean, he's blocking a lot of these shots, too, as Babacar comes in. Gutierrez's defense has been great.
Yeah, Gutierrez is looking phenomenal. Man, Babacar is tough, huh?
He is tough as nails. When Gutierrez goes orthodox, he lands that jab, and then when he switches to southpaw, he's landing that straight left down the pipe.
Mauro Gutierrez has gone to the decision 79% of the time in his professional career of 6 fights. Again, 100% of the time to the scorecards for Kudratala. For anyone doing the math at home, that's about 89%. Big lunge inside for Gutierrez, misses.
Nice shot by Babacar coming in.
That was a great shot.
Both guys so effective, so leveled in terms of their skill sets.
Yeah, looking nice and composed here in the cage. Really standing right in front of each other.
Again.
That is such a good kick.
Mauro got him on the exit. Big swing and a miss for the Logan fighter.
I know this is probably not coming through the cameras, but sitting here, I mean, we can hear these punches landing. They're not throwing soft. These are hard shots.
And Babacar's still coming forward.
Gutierrez pops out a few more. Inside leg kick to follow. "70 seconds before we will rely on the Utah Athletic Commission once again. Knee up the middle, met by a tight guard of Mauro.
Gutierrez's defense with his hands has been so on point tonight.
The whole night, all 3 rounds.
It's so impressive. You think it's an easy thing to do, but I'll tell you, you get tired, your shoulders start burning.
And he's doing that. Every time he comes in, Babacar will miss 2 shots, and Gutierrez will land 2 shots.
Look at that defensive responsibility. Every time he's out, look where his right hand's at. Right on his head.
Mario called him forward, too. Did you see that? Oh, nice uppercut inside by Gutierrez.
As tough as they come, clocked right on the chin, keeps coming forward is Gutierrez. Only been finished once in his professional career. He'll swing for the fences.
I think Gutierrez got his second win.
Gutierrez is exciting, man. A fight that he's clearly winning basically all 3 rounds. And he says, I don't care. I'm going to try to push him, get you out of here.
I love watching this kid fight.
So Maudo is 2-0 under the Fierce banner. Seems like he performs his best when he's here at home. Personally, in 2026, hoping to see more of him. He is unbelievable.
He looked phenomenal tonight.
And I think also probably became a fan favorite for a lot of people after, for my money, the fight of the night.
And so far, fight of the night.
Heavyweight suplexes don't mean anything to you guys?
I mean,
come on. No, that was, I got to agree. That was probably fight of the night. The skill level alone from those guys is super impressive.
So 15 minutes down, another one from Mauro Gutierrez. He will look to be on the strong side of 4-3. Kudratullah Babakar Kil coming up from Syndicate in Las Vegas and bringing just about everything he could to this Utah fandom. An unbelievable job by him as well. The American flag on his side, the other out of Afghanistan. Still seated down through all 15 minutes, Andrew. He continued to put so much on every single strike. An unbelievable output by both.
Super impressive. He got hit with some really big shots, and he never went away, man. He's right in front of Gutierrez the whole time. It was great fight, very entertaining.
Perfectly put together as well. The matchmaking, unbelievable on that.
Yeah, good point.
I mean, almost clones of each other, really.
Yeah. Yep. They'd be great training partners.
Kudratullah certainly brought so much fire last night at weigh-ins. Brought it into this co-main event as well. And again, his first fight since February of 2024. His longest layoff in quite some time. February 2022, he turned pro. Just a few months away from his 4-year anniversary. That man has been fighting for quite some time. Another rep under the belt. Let's find out the winner.
Fierce fans, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. The judges score this contest 30-26, 29-27, and 29-27, declaring the winner by unanimous decision, Mauro Angel
Ladies and gentlemen, here at the winner, Mauro Gutierrez. Mauro, beautiful fight tonight. Your striking was on point. Striking defense was on point. Counter punching. How you feeling, man?
I'm good. I have a few things to say. So, for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son so that we may not perish, but have everlasting life for those who believe. My opponent said I was going to die. He was going to kill me at weigh-ins, but my God is greater.
Yeah, you look phenomenal tonight. Your striking was just beautiful. Your counter punching. Did you expect the fight to go this way?
No, I thought it was going to be harder. One other thing, it's my wife's and I 5-year anniversary. We've been married for 5 years, and my team at Catch Valley Martial Arts, we couldn't do it without him.
Well, happy anniversary and congratulations on a big win. What's next for you? You're now 3-0 in the Fierce Fighting Championship cage. What's next for you? Are we going to see you back?
I want to fight as soon as possible. Fierce, get me on your cards. I'll fight anytime.
Go celebrate your anniversary, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for your winner, Mauro Gutierrez.
Jay's Tire Pros proudly serves the Bountiful community, a family-owned local business for nearly 30 years. Still serving Davis County with pride, Jay's Tire Pros has been your neighborhood experts in tires, wheels, auto repair, and brake service for almost 3 decades. At Jay's, customer service always comes first. Our expert team helps you find the perfect tires for your car, truck, or SUV and gets you back on the road fast. We also handle everything under the hood: oil changes, brakes, alignments, shocks, struts, and transmission services, all at competitive prices. Whether you drive foreign or domestic, you can count on Jay's Tire Pros for honest work, reliable service, and the best care in Davis County. Jay's Tire Pros, proudly serving our community for nearly 30 years and keeping Davis County moving safely and smoothly.
We'll see bigger and better things, whether it's here at Fierce.
One more to kind of wipe the slate clean in my eyes, and let's make a run for this thing.
Yeah, he's the real deal.
How about a knee this time? Marco Sanchez.
That was pretty impressive.
But Vigil wants it inside one. He will.
Hamilton's swinging out of his boots, man.
Call it a comeback, Marcel Archuleta. Mauro Gutierrez, 4-3 for him, hoping to see more in 2026. The final act of 2025 falls to 2 at 140 pounds. Owen Robinette, Joel Haro. Let's bring him out.
Fierce fans, our main event of the evening is brought to you by R&R Barbecue, the official food vendor of Fierce Fighting Championship. Please welcome our final two fighters, Owen Robinette and then Joel Haro to the cage.
All right, another main event assignment in Utah for Owen Robinette. Andrew, he has some of the slickest jiu-jitsu on the West Coast, a 100% finish rate, all of them served by that squeeze of his.
Yeah, man, from Trevor Prangley's AKA, huh? That's a pretty cool name to be training with. One of my coaches fought Trevor Prangley back in the day. He was one of the very first guys to be like mixing everything. So pretty awesome gym to be coming from.
And so happy to oblige and get into a firefight as well. He comes from a family of brothers. Didn't want to get beat up growing up, which got him into martial arts in the first place.
Yeah, he's got a big test in the night fighting the hometown favorite in Joel Haro, but you know what? He's here for it. He's going to bring it. It's the main event.
Poses so many problems with that 6'1" frame. In 4 years, Andrew, he's had 20 MMA fights between amateur and pro.
That's insane. That's like some Jeremy Horn levels of fighting. Just fight whoever, whenever, all the time.
So 291 fighters have walked for Fierce in 2025. The man to make the final stamp on the state's fandom is the same guy who makes so many heads spin when those lights shine. Headlining the biggest card of the year is fitting for Joel Haro. Jason, he's back to building up the resume as he's always in the mix with the best that the West has to offer. That is it! Joel Haro proves his position as one of the best in the West.
Pop out in New York, got chrome on the crosses, ain't taking no loss. They lied, I'm really the boss. They lied. 2 times I fill up my arms, 3 times I hit the exhaust. Put the out on the curve, 200 large in that black go yard. Say pay me to check out the word. I hit your crushing curve, the crush with the crush ice in the peach crush with the serve.
One more before he bows out at 2025. Enter Joel Haro. Jason, he's never been better than August at the Maverick Center. He'll look to pick up steam with a second straight tonight.
He looked phenomenal at the Maverick Center. It was all going for him. Landed that big spinning elbow that he's landed in 3 or 4 fights now. Very well-rounded fighter. He's got striking, you don't get to see it very much, and he is a brown belt in jiu-jitsu and very slick on the ground.
Andrew, many believe he's the best fighter in Utah, and there's certainly an argument when you look at the strength of schedule. 3-1 Justin Horsley, UFC veteran Hunter Azure, unbeaten since their matches out Bara Atma a few years ago. Dana White Contender Series veteran Yazin Haji. He's always facing the toughest guys across the entire country.
If he's not number one, he's in the top 3 easily. There's no question. And yeah, Joel Haro is like the next big upcoming thing out of Utah right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's the guy that I feel like is the closest to making that next step. He's going to need a big win tonight and go from there, but he's right there.
Coming off that clear-cut fight of the year, bloodied up Justin Horsley with his surgical striking last time out. We remember the massive gashes over the eyebrows of Justin. Joel just a couple steps ahead throughout the entirety of that fight.
Is there even a question for something to be competitive with that fight for Fight of the Year?
No,
that was,
I know of. Josiah Simpson, Alden Ashcraft.
That was a good
probably
fight. That was
right
close
there as well.
So if that's number 2, then Joel and Justin is number 1 by a pretty big mark. That was an insane fight.
That was a crazy fight. Joel got dropped in that fight in the first round.
It was wild. I remember we were talking about it afterwards, and everyone was like, we were all saying how tough Justin was, but then Zach was like, we need to remember that Joel won the fight, right? The reason that Justin got to be so tough is because, to be honest, Joel outclassed him on the feet. And I know that's what he's looking to do here tonight.
All right, 2025's conclusion is here, presented by R&R Barbecue. Joel Haro is 7 years senior. Owen Robinette, 7 inches taller. A couple of pros on the scale last night as Haro eyes a second straight, and Robinette targets win number 5. Queued up to make some noise, we've got hoops.
Fierce fans, this is your main event. When the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Dave Selyusted. This fight is scheduled for 3 rounds and is a professional 140-pound catchweight bout. Now, one more time for 2025. I need everybody tuning in to the pay-per-view and this sold-out crowd here in Salt Lake City, Utah. From the upper seats to the lower seats and to the VIP seats, all the way down the cage side. Put your hands together and make some noise! Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding a professional record of 4 wins and 3 losses. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighed in at 138 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Trevor Prangley's, a.k.a. hailing from Hayden, Idaho, Owen the Seal Robinette. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding a professional record of 6 wins and 2 losses. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighed in at 139 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Agima Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, the Dojo and Dai Standing Boxing Club. Hailing from Salt Lake City, Utah, Joel Haro!
All right, boys, we went over the rules and lock them already. Just gonna go over those big ones again. Stay off the back of the head, neck and spine, and keep your fingers out of the cage. Got it? Touch them up. Let's have a good fight.
Final act of 2025 is sponsored by R&R Barbecue, the official food vendor of Fierce FC. Joel Haro rocks the black. Owen Robinette throws in white.
Gotta love the pop from the Joel Haro fight.
His stock has risen so much, especially after that win in August.
Robinette's going to have to disrupt the timing of Joel. Once he starts getting in the rhythm, it's going to be problems.
Clean uppercut on the back foot by Haro. Robinette aggressive early.
A huge overhand already by Joel, and he tried to spinning elbow again.
That has become a patented move. Robinette pulls one out as well.
Wow.
Robinette showing his strength there.
Quick takedown. That was impressive. Joel's not the easiest guy to get to the mat, man.
No, he's not.
Every fight for Owen Robinette typically finds its way to the mat at some point. Again, 92% of his fights, amateur and pro, have concluded with a submission.
Not a good spot for Joel.
Oh, that was a fast back take,
That was
man.
very
Joel
nasty.
turn. Good for him. Okay, good. Got out.
And that length is a problem right now for Joel.
It's a big size difference between the two of those guys.
And Robinette's usually fighting at 155.
155, 145. He's currently in the process of making it down to bantamweight.
And he's looking for Dars.
Yeah, man, these guys that are so long like this. Dude, he is so long. Look at his arms wrap around Joel. Beautiful sweep there from Joel.
6'1" for Robinette, 5'6" for the local Joel Haro.
It's crazy.
We don't see Joel's fights go to the mat too often. Usually he stays on his feet.
It's where he struggled the most throughout his career. Specifically, you think of that Yazin Haji loss back in 2022.
I'm sure Joel is good at grappling in his own right, but so far Robinette has been really dangerous on the ground.
He's threatening.
Yeah, if I gotta be thinking Joel wants to get back up. This is going to be a tough can opener to get against a guy that's 6'1".
Robinette, so many weapons anywhere as long as he is on the ground.
And these are dangerous elbows from the bottom, not necessarily in terms of damage, but they can cut you up. Joel wanting to throw elbows of his own. I know that a little bit sad for him because he can't spin while he does it, but he'll have to find some joy out of this.
Robinette hasn't lost consecutive fights in September of 2022. Did drop his last one in September of this year. Quick smile and laugh from Joel Haro and Owen Robinette straight in the center of the R&R barbecue cage.
Dude, the acoustics in the temple are awesome.
It's the loudest it's been in here in a long time. And as I mentioned, Joel, no slouch on the ground. He is a brown belt in jiu-jitsu.
Right.
So he's not unfamiliar with any of these positions.
Dropped down a strike just a few moments ago. 90 seconds to go, round one.
This is where Joel excels, though. When he gets on top, he looks to finish fights.
He's doing a good job of staying out of trouble and landing some meaningful offense here. I just don't know how much he wants to play around in the guard of a guy who's this much longer than him and who clearly wants to be on the ground, right?
And they're talking to each other, laughing.
Complete conversation going on inside that cage. We obviously don't have it mic'd or anything like that, but full sentences between the two at 140. Couple of kicks to punish as they'll stand back up. Under a minute to go, round one.
Robinette going for broke there.
Man, he is a wild man on his feet, huh?
Haro tries to keep it standing. He'll land himself on top.
Does a great takedown by Joel there up against the cage.
And he's got that left arm pinned of Robinette's.
This is a tough spot to be. Bottom of side control, pinned up against the cage. You can't turn away.
In the opponent's corner.
Yep. Yeah, very true.
Some ground and pound for Haro to close out round number one.
Big knees.
Good first round for Joel Haro.
Fascinating matchup right now.
Yeah, Robinette showed some promise there. He got a takedown. Threatened with some submissions. Grabbed the neck quick. Early on in that first round, he had the neck quick.
Yeah, the moment that he took his back, he was under the neck. I was thinking to myself, like, man, is this supposed to be over that quick, that fast? Robinette has got some threats that Joel needs to be aware of, and I'm sure he's well aware now.
2 professional wins by Anaconda choke, recorded 4 guillotine finishes as an amateur, but Joel Haro has weathered the storm like the pro that he is. We're over in his corner. Gotta wonder what the next 5 minutes looks like, now seeing the submission threat that his opposition is tonight.
If I'm in Joel's corner here, I'm telling him to stop going to the floor. Stop going to the mat. You're just playing with fire every time you go there. I think that Joel probably has, I'd be surprised if he didn't, a pretty sizable striking advantage. Although, to be fair, we haven't seen that yet.
It's also kind of a whirlwind, though. Robinette is closing distance with 1s and 2s to flood the face of Haro.
Yeah, great game plan by Robinette so far. He doesn't want to get into a striking matchup with Joel. Or if he does, he wants to make it ugly and try to catch him.
Yep, keep it dirty, right? Don't let, you fight the boxer, you box the fighter.
Don't let Joel get into we've seen it. He gets into a rhythm with his punches. You don't want to let him eat up that lead leg either. He's already welted.
Yeah, look at that.
Lands for Haro moments ago. He'll get another.
Us white boys bruise easily, though.
Ooh. Big time chop to the breadbasket, a spinning back fist attempt. Robinette has done his homework.
Robinette's fun, huh?
That leg's hurt. That leg might be hurt.
Which leg, Jason?
The left leg of Robinette.
Closing in distance once again. Robinette will score a takedown early on round 2.
Joel right back up, but still Robinette's got that body lock. Takes the back, drags him back down to the mat. Mat return there, good. Joel looking for a switch. Able to climb back up to the fence. Robinette still not letting go of the hands, though. See if he's able to get another mat return here.
An unrelenting submission threat posed by the fighter out of Hayden, Idaho. Haro finds his way on top.
And now Mark going into full mount.
Yeah, there may have been a bit of a cage grab there on the way down, but
heavy elbows from Joel Haro.
If you're not cheating, you're not trying. Robinette trying to push off the cage here to escape. Joel aware of it, trying to shut it down.
You might see a submission attempt from Joel.
Hasn't had one of those since February of 2021. It was versus Nathan Owens.
Other than going for a shoulder lock, I think Joel should just sit here and just land punches.
Nice.
Good reversal. Very good reversal from Robinette. Joel is looking like he is going to be offensive from the, I was going to say triangle. Here we go.
And now he's landing elbows.
Robinette has been submitted twice in his career. January of this year versus Cole Faust was the last time.
Man, that looks tight. That looks very tight.
Hard to see from this angle.
He's landed heavy shots.
There we go.
Now for the arm. We got the tap. Joel Haro punctuates 2025 with a special submission. Seven and 2 resides with Joel Haro. That is 2 straight and an incredible way to conclude the calendar at Fierce Fighting Championship.
Man, I gotta say, Joel going out there and getting a knockout or winning a decision off of striking, we sort of expected that. Going out here and getting a submission from his back against a guy whose game is jiu-jitsu, a little bit more impressive in my book. So here we go. He's got that triangle fully locked in. He starts pulling down the head. I think Joel realized it's going to be pretty tough to get this guy to tap from the choke. Start softening him up. And then very intelligently switches to the straight arm lock. Stretches him out, hips into him. You either tap or you get your arm broken. No shame from Owens for tapping there. Not a whole lot of options on what he could have done to get out.
Seems as though momentum is filling for Joel Haro as we head into 2026. Let's conclude 2025 for the final time tonight. We got hoops.
Fierce fans, referee Dave Selya said has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes 25 seconds of the second round, declaring the winner by submission due to an armbar, Joe Haro!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here with the winner, Joel Haro. Joel, phenomenal performance tonight. Fought through a little adversity in that first round. He got the takedown, grabbed your neck. Did you feel like you were in any danger?
You know, not really. I put myself in those bad positions all the time in training over there at Gima Jiu-Jitsu with all the killers down there. And, you know, I felt comfortable. I didn't feel like I was in any danger. I was able to get out, and, you know, the fight played out the way it did.
I want to turn around and take a look at the screen up here. I don't know if you can see it up there, but I want you to walk through the finish. I can't because I'm old and I'm blind. We'll see. Here we go. Walk me through the replay.
Well, I'm kind of blind myself, so right here I had this triangle on him from an early setup I learned in my amateur days. And, you know, I was wondering when he was going to tap because I kept on squeezing. I was squeezing so hard. And hit him with a few shots right here with the elbow. And then a few punches as well. And then I started attacking the arm lock as soon as he started covering up right here. And then, you know, that's all she wrote.
So I don't know how many people in attendance tonight had Joel Haro winning by submission. Did you have that in the playbook tonight as finishing and ending it with the submission?
I definitely didn't. Actually, I wanted to finish it on the feet. I definitely wanted to land that spinning elbow, of course, but I mean, Owen's a savage. He knew it was coming anyway, too, so, you know, I had to adapt, and the opportunity presented itself, and I took it.
So what's next now? You come away with the big win, finish off the year strong. What's next for you in 2026?
I want my shot in 2026. I've been the best in Utah for years already. There's been nobody wanting to fight me for the last few years. Even Zach told me he was having a hard time finding me a matchup. So, hey, let's get one more here in Utah, and then I'm ready for that call. I'm ready, I'm lean, let's go. Uncle Dana, I know you're watching, let's go.
So I don't get in trouble after the fights, who would you like to give thanks to tonight?
I got to give thanks first and foremost to my coaches here, Court McGee, Dana Ristazabal, Coach Bobby King, Coach Joe Bish, Gima Jiu-Jitsu, the dojo, Dai Standing Boxing Club. We come prepared with every fight. As you saw with the Gima, we came through and we cleaned house. So let's keep that ball rolling.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winner, my friend, Joel Haro.
Tattoos, Jason Trujillo, Salt City Seamers, Performance Bountiful Honda, Tory Coffee, Cool Recovery Club. Thank you guys, everybody, for so much for having my back. My friends and family, thank you always for coming out.
Beat it.
All my fans throughout the years for supporting me, whether you want to see me lose or win. Thank you so much for your support. It means a lot.
Give it up for your winner, Joel Haro.
Salt Lake City, I hope you're ready. We're about ready to put on the biggest, yes, I said the biggest professional wrestling show in the history of Utah professional wrestling, baby. Saturday, December 13th, live from the Masonic Temple here in downtown Salt Lake. And if you're gonna put on a big show, you gotta get some big players, baby. Let me introduce you to this man right here, the official sponsor of Devotion Championship Wrestling, Ryan from Kush Cube.
How are we doing, guys? You know Kush Cube. We're born and raised right here in Utah. Anything big that's ever happened in our city, we jump on board. This will be the biggest, the best wrestling ever to come to Salt Lake City, Utah. Front row's already sold out. Second row's going fast. Jump on, grab your tickets now before you miss out. Let's go!
Go, baby. You know, we talk about big players. We got my good brothers, the best friends, the machine gun Carl Anderson, the big LG Doc Gallows, the innovator of violence, the hardcore legend, the maniac himself, Tommy Dreamer in the main event. You don't want to miss this. Get your tickets now, baby. Fight the sour. Get the power. Ah!
You never know. I might even jump in the ring and take someone out.
7-2 now for the face of Utah MMA, Joel Haro, as we welcome you to the FFC 44 post-fight show presented by R&R Barbecue. Blake O'Rulian alongside Andrew Boquette, Jason Laporte. Fellas, an unbelievable night capped off by the man who has really been the face of this state for a couple of years at this point.
Yeah, he's always bringing it. He's always in the fight. He's a lot of fun, brings good energy. He's great for sponsors. He's great for fighters. I mean, I love the kid. What more can I say?
How many highlights for you tonight? I mean, there were so many, right?
Yeah, I mean, the co-main event was phenomenal, right? Like that was a great fight. I think the story of the night, though, we have to give Joel his flowers. He's in a spot right now where the next step is that final step, getting into the UFC, right? This is the talk of the town. And tonight he showed that he's not only exciting on his feet, but he's a dangerous threat on the bottom as well. And that's rare. Like, not a whole lot of guys in MMA today are getting finishes off their back anymore. It's kind of a forgotten art. So, very impressive.
I really try not to sound like a homer when we're doing these broadcasts. I've trained with Joel.
Yeah.
And his submission defense and his submission game is unbelievably underrated. I know you know it more than I do.
It's very underrated, I think, because of that fight he lost when he first lost his first title fight. You saw that he was getting dominated on the ground, but he never got submitted. There's been people that have got submissions at Ted. Warner Weingart had him in a submission in a choke that he ended up getting out of. He's not an easy guy to finish. Once again, one of the most well-rounded fighters we have right now in Utah, and probably the closest to making it to that next step.
13 events this year, fellas, 146 fights. It has been an unbelievable year. And I just want to say really quickly, this trio has been together for so many of them. It has been such an honor to be together for all of this. So number one, I want to thank all of you, but also in terms of the fights, any big moments, fights specifically that stick out to you?
The one that stuck out to me probably the most was the John Iowa fight, man. That kid was impressive. 19, 20-year-old kid. He looked composed, fought through a little adversity. I was really impressed with that kid.
What gets you excited moving into 2026?
Oh, man. I'm going to be a homer right now, man.
Yeah,
in the middle of the fight, I had to go over and corner my guy, Ethan, right? When we have heavyweights that look like those two guys look tonight, those are not heavyweights who should really be middleweights or who should be fighting at 205. Those are legit heavyweights. Byron cut to get to 265. Ethan, obviously athletic freak, is doing backflips in the middle of the cage after a 3-round decision. I mean, this is exciting. There's not a whole lot of organizations that have heavyweights at that level. I can't wait to see what 2026 has in store for those guys.
Is he the next great amateur heavyweight out of Jeremy Horn's elite performance?
1,000%. Yes. The kid is special, man. I'm telling you, it's not. He has a good mind. He's humble. He listens to coaching. He shows up to class. And we're just telling him over and over again, do not fall in love with your hands, because eventually he's going to knock someone out on accident, right? But it's grappling, as you saw in there. That's his go-to. We want him to stick with that. And so we're really excited about the prospect of now not only having Mike Jones in the room, but also having Ethan there as well. I can't say his last name. Say his last name for me.
Ojukwu.
There you go.
Jason, you had something?
I was just going to say, Dante Morales just walked by. He was another guy that phenomenal performance again tonight defending his title.
Well, fellas, we conclude 2025. 2026 is just around the corner. January 24th. Make sure to follow all of Fierce FC socials in order to stay up to date when tickets go on sale. Let's go up to the wide shot, fellas. Final time in 2025. Massive thank you for watching Fierce FC 44. For our technical director, Jordan Buscarini, our graphics coordinator, Ryan Piccolo, our A1, Travis Anderson, and all of us here at Fierce Fighting Championship and Pats Media. Final time in 2025. He's Andrew Boquette. He's Jason Laporte. I'm Blake O'Rulian saying see you next year.